chciałbym, żeby już rozpoczęli naszą konferencję i pierwsza prelegentka jest pani profesor Olga Drewnowska, która przedstawi sylwetkę profesora Jana Brauna, jego działalność na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim jako wybitnego naukowca, który badał starożytny Wschód jako Sumerolog, tak samo jako znawca języków kaukaskich, a zwłaszcza języków kartvelskich. Ja oczywiście bardzo dziękuję pani profesor za przygotowanie naprawdę bardzo szczegółowego wykładu na ten temat, który został opublikowany w języku angielskim w tomie Caucasica Antiqua et Christiana. I dzisiaj pani profesor według tradycji, którego już ponad 17 razy odbywa się na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim, pani profesor otworzy naszą konferencję w języku angielskim. Panel dzisiejszy będzie w języku polskim, a panel dzisiejszy będzie przewodniczył z Tbilisi profesor Vakhtang Licheli, który bardzo chciał być obecny tutaj na naszej konferencji, ale sytuacja epidemiologiczna wygląda na to, że nie dopuszczają na granicy i żądają kwarantanny, co oczywiście jest niemożliwe. Profesor jest bardzo zajęty, żeby siedział jeszcze 10 dni w Warszawie, a więc tak właśnie pokieruje tą sesję, a zarazem poprosimy również księdza profesora Henryka Paprockiego, który razem poprowadzą ten seminarium i tą sesję. A więc oddaję głos pani profesor i pana przewodniczącego tej sesji przede wszystkim pierwszy raz. Panie profesorze, bardzo proszę parę słów, a potem pan udzieli głos pani profesor Drewnowskiej, żeby przystąpiła do czytania swojego referatu. Pardon, Vakhtang, თქვენ უკვე დაიწყეთ ამ სემინარის სესიის თავმჯდომარეობა.
კი ბატონო, დიდი მადლობა. First of all, welcome and congratulations, dear colleagues, again. I would like to repeat congratulations on the opening of the 70th conference, which is, as you know very well, dedicated to commemorate the prominent Professors Akaki Shanidze and Jan Braun. So unfortunately, that it's very pity that we can't come. It was, let's say, for everybody unable to come to Warsaw and attend the conference in situ, but hopefully we can do it next year. But now let me please first of all to thank the organizers of the conference in Warsaw, the Center for the Eastern European Studies, University of Warsaw, and especially Professor David Kolbaya for his great effort in the situation. And I would like to repeat again that hopefully next year we will be able to be together in Warsaw. Also, it is very important what I would like to say now. I would especially like to emphasize that today I have the honor of sharing a meeting with such an extraordinary person and figure as Professor Henryk Paprocki is. I would like to congratulate Professor Paprocki on his 75th birthday and wish him a long and happy life. So now let me please to invite for first presentation, with your permission. Just a moment, I have to check. Olga Drewnowska-Rymarz, Department of Ancient Near Eastern Studies, Faculty of Oriental Studies, University of Warsaw. The subject of presentation is Professor Jan Braun, Polish linguist, Caucasologist, and Sumerologist. Please, you are very welcome.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will speak in Polish because you have an English translation in the fabulated book of David Kolbaja. Here I will show you a few photos of Professor Jan Braun. Sorry. 29 czerwca 2015 roku odszedł profesor Jan Braun, który nauczał przez wiele lat języka sumeryjskiego i językoznawstwa w Uniwersytecie Warszawskim. Lecz w rzeczywistości zajmował się wieloma dziedzinami językoznawstwa i był więcej niż językoznawcą. Miałam przyjemność przez 5 lat uczestniczyć w jego zajęciach, pod jego kierunkiem napisać pracę magisterską, a następnie przez wiele lat współpracować. Nie jestem jednak językoznawcą, dlatego odniosę się szerzej jedynie do stworzonej przez profesora teorii pochodzenia Sumerów. Zacznijmy jednak od kolei jego życia. Urodził się 15 maja 1926 roku w Łodzi w rodzinie nauczycielskiej jako 3. dziecko. Jego starszym bratem był Andrzej, zmarły w 2008, późniejszy poeta, pisarz i felietonista, zaś najstarszą siostrą Michalina, później Wisłocka, zmarła w 2005, seksuolog i autorka bestsellera z czasów PRL-u pod tytułem Sztuka kochania. Najstarsze dziecko państwa Braunów o imieniu Włodzimierz zmarło wkrótce po urodzeniu. Rodzice Jana Brauna byli niewątpliwie ludźmi zaangażowanymi w budowę polskiej edukacji. W okresie II wojny światowej, mieszkając w małej wsi pod Miechowem i licząc 14-16 lat, Jaś, jak był nazywany w rodzinie, samodzielnie nauczył się greki i łaciny wyłącznie z podręczników. Dodam, że rozkochał się w poezji Horacego. Ale ta nauka starożytnych języków stała się impulsem podjętej nieco później decyzji o rozpoczęciu w roku 1947 studiów na Wydziale Humanistycznym Uniwersytetu Łódzkiego na kierunku filologii klasycznej i archeologii klasycznej. Ich ukończenie zwieńczyła praca na temat etnogenezy Etrusków, wyznaczając jednocześnie dożywotnie zainteresowanie Jana Brauna problemami genezy różnorodnych języków. Zanim jednak ukończył studia, już od maja 1949 został zatrudniony wpierw w Katedrze Archeologii Klasycznej, a następnie w Katedrze Filologii Klasycznej. Kolejnym etapem rozwoju naukowego, rozpoczętym w 1951 roku, była 4-letnia aspirantura w Uniwersytecie Państwowym w Tbilisi. Jeszcze przed wyjazdem rozpoczął samodzielną naukę gruzińskiego. Obok szczególnych badań nad dialektem kartli języka gruzińskiego, niestety nigdy nie opublikowanych, przedstawił w roku 1954 podobieństwa wyrazowe języków baskijskiego i kartvelskich, a także historyczne zbieżności pomiędzy językami urartyjskim a ibero-kaukaskimi. Przyjęta na zakończenie aspirantury w roku 1955 praca dotyczyła jednak wieloosobowości języka czasownika gruzińskiego. Jan Braun w tym samym roku powrócił do Polski i znalazł zatrudnienie w Uniwersytecie Warszawskim w Katedrze Językoznawstwa Ogólnego. Prowadził tam zajęcia z językoznawstwa dla studentów różnych kierunków, ale od roku 1961 zaczął uczęszczać na zajęcia z zakresów języka sumeryjskiego, churyckiego, a także chetyckiego prowadzonych przez profesora Rudolfa Ranoszka, nestora obecnego Zakładu Wschodu Starożytnego. Pokażę Państwu rewers tegoż zdjęcia, które było widoczne przed chwilą. Jest to sierpień 1961 roku, a pan profesor określał się siebie samego jako kaukazolog wielki, Caucasologist the Great. Świadczy to o jego poczuciu humoru również. Należy dodać, że w roku 1961 już w Instytucie Orientalistycznym wzbogacił paletę języków nauczanych tamże o lektorat języka gruzińskiego. W roku 1964 przeniósł się na własną prośbę do Katedry Filologii Wschodu Starożytnego i rozpoczął wieloletnie badania nad pochodzeniem języka sumeryjskiego. W roku 1970 uzyskał mianowanie na stanowisko docenta Instytutu Orientalistycznego. 4-miesięczny pobyt w Gruzji na przełomie 76 i 77 roku na zaproszenie Państwowego Uniwersytetu w Tbilisi oznaczał powrót do badań nad genezą gruzińskiego, a owocem była wydana w roku 1984 w Gruzji i po gruzińsku monografia Introduction to Bascology. Lata 80. XX wieku były pełne konferencji, dłuższych i krótszych pobytów w Grecji, Włoszech, Hiszpanii i Gruzji. Również pracy dydaktycznej i krystalizowania się pomysłu pochodzenia Sumerów. Do dziś, pomimo ciągłych prób, niewyjaśnionej. Dopiero w październiku 1990 roku Jan Braun rozpoczął procedurę habilitacyjną w oparciu o cykl swych publikacji przedstawiających badania nad pokrewieństwem języków południowo-kaukaskich i języka baskijskiego. Po uzyskaniu tytułu doktora habilitowanego w roku 1991 kilka miesięcy później złożył wniosek o przejście na emeryturę. Pozostał jednak pracownikiem Instytutu aż po koniec roku 2002, a wcześniej w roku 1995 otrzymał stanowisko profesora nadzwyczajnego Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego. Należy podkreślić, że był wielokrotnie honorowany. Otrzymał medal gruzińskiego historyka i językoznawcy Ivane Javakhishvili w 1976, dożywotnie członkostwo Gruzińskiej Akademii Nauk jako współpracownik zagraniczny w 2002, a także doktorat honoris causa Tbiliskiego Uniwersytetu Państwowego w 2007 oraz prestiżową nagrodę imienia świętego Grigora Peradze wręczoną mu w roku 2014 podczas 12. Międzynarodowej Sesji Kaukazologicznej. Publikacje dotyczące różnorodnych kwestii zajmujących profesora przez całe życie, prezentacja dowodu pochodzenia Etrusków z Azji Mniejszej, rekonstrukcja języka protokartvelskiego, a także powiązań języka kasyckiego i języków drawidyjskich powstały już po przejściu na emeryturę. Swoją teorię genezy języka sumeryjskiego Jan Braun zbudował w oparciu o metodę historyczno-porównawczą i powiązał go z grupą tybeto-birmańską chińsko-tybetańskiej rodziny językowej. Dokonał porównania systemów językowych odległych od siebie, zapisanego w III tysiącleciu przed naszą erą sumeryjskiego, najstarszych tekstów tybetańskich pochodzących z VIII wieku naszej ery i birmańskich z XII wieku również naszej ery. Jak sam zaznaczał, starał się używać do porównań istniejących, rekonstruowanych rdzeni języka proto-tybeto-birmańskiego. Wydana w 2001 roku monografia Sumerian and Tibeto-Burman obejmowała przedstawienie systemów fonologicznych sumeryjskiego i starotybetańskiego oraz materiał dla słownika porównawczego tych języków. W sumie 337 rdzeni nominalnych i werbalnych. Publikację kończy przedstawienie regularnych odpowiedniości fonemów pomiędzy sumeryjskim a starotybetańskim, a także spostrzeżenia budowy wyrazów w wymienionych językach oraz przedstawienie związków morfologicznych. W podsumowaniu znalazła się również teoria migracji Tibetan Sumerians. W roku 2002 Jan Braun zdecydował się przedstawić swoją teorię podczas 48. Rencontre Archaeologique Internationale w Leiden. Niestety została ona potraktowana jako jedna z wielu hipotez. Prawdopodobnie w związku z ukazaniem się w roku następnym pracy Matissowa dotyczącej proto-tybeto-birmańskiego, profesor zdecydował się na nową publikację dla ugruntowania swej teorii. Ponownie uznał starotybetański za najbliższy odpowiednik sumeryjskiego ze względu na podobieństwo obu systemów fonologicznych i struktury rdzeni wyrazowych. Ponadto przedstawił 14 synonimów i 27 homonimów w obu językach, a także wyraźnie pogłębił koncepcję dotyczącą prefiksów nominalnych obecnych w starotybetańskim. Profesor, to należy podkreślić, był wielbicielem Gruzji, jej kultury i literatury. Nie należy się zatem dziwić licznym konsultacjom filologicznym wydawanych w Polsce tłumaczeń z gruzińskiego, na czele z eposem narodowym Rycerz w tygrysiej skórze, także prac dotyczących geografii tej krainy, a nawet powoływania go jako tłumacza w sprawach sądowych. Po wstąpieniu w 1955 roku do Polskiego Towarzystwa Orientalistycznego działał tam bardzo intensywnie, a po utworzeniu w roku 1986 Societas Caucasologica Europea przystąpił również do tego grona i w miarę możliwości uczestniczył w kongresach. Należy dodać, że wielką estymą darzył również Italię i Grecję, skąd zawsze wracał z nowymi dowodami na poparcie swych tez. W pamięci studentów pozostał zaiste rara avis, nauczycielem zdolnym wyjść od sumeryjskiego rzeczownika lub czasownika, by nawiązać do zwyczajów greckich. Z łatwością opowiadał o starożytnej Grecji, jak i o krajobrazie z Fanetii. Pożegnaliśmy go po długiej chorobie, pełni szacunku dla wielości jego zainteresowań. Dziękuję. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jest to bardzo, bardzo interesujące zagadnienie w ogóle i ogromny temat, jego zainteresowanie na temat w kierunku języków kartvelskich z podobieństwem językiem genetycznym, związkiem językiem baskijskim. Szerzej widział profesor, o ile nam wiadomo z jego prac, że to dotyczyło również języków takiego paleokaukaskich grup języków, nawet przewidując abchaskiego i adygejskiego. Także wydaje mi się, że w tym publikacji na nowo jakbyś został otworzony kontynuacja tych badań, którego zapoczątkował na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim profesor Braun. I może nawet wczoraj też było podkreślano tutaj, że profesor Braun jest pierwszym polskim kartvelologiem powojennej właśnie w historii polskiej, w nauce jako wybitny kartvelolog i kaukazolog. Także ja oddaję głos profesora Licheliego teraz.
May I continue?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this was one of the most important information for us Um, uh, any questions, please? It seems that everything was clear. I would like to thank you again for your very nice presentation. And with your permission, I would like now to invite second speaker of our conference, Professor Nana Shengelaia from Tbilisi State University, with presentation, Festus describes the structure of the system.
Thank you.
You are very welcome, Professor Shengelaia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. My paper studies an ancient script of the Minoan culture, the Cretan pictographic inscriptions of the discus.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Can you correct a little bit your camera? We can't see you. We can see you on
camera. Like this, maybe.
Now
is
it's
it
okay.
better? Yes.
Okay,
yes.
better.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Among the wonderful results of the archaeological excavations, the most far-reaching and instructive from the point of view of cultural and social life of Cretans were its written documents. This was the culture that created its own original scripts, which is the natural and most important outcome of any great civilization. Two Cretan writing systems, the syllabic logographic script of the Disc of Festos and linear A syllabic script, were created for writing down the inscriptions, later deciphered in the ancient South Caucasian Kartvelian language by Javakhishvili in 2008. My paper concerns the inscriptions of one of the two ancient scripts of Crete, namely that of the famous Disc of Festos. But unfortunately, I can't show it to you. Maybe yes. The disc, the disc of Festos was discovered under the pieces of broken clay in the palace of Festos in 19. This is the wonderful discs. In 1908, it is a clay disc about 6.5 inches in diameter, on both sides of which the pictographic signs were imprinted with 45 separate golden stamps. The Festos disc script might thus be named to be an ancient example of writing with gold. An example, just chrysography. The experiments carried out in Düsseldorf showed that the tiny element of gold mixed with clay, producing a steady, complex structure that endures the devastating influence of the rain, heat, frost, and so on. So it can be safely assumed that the early that the old I have I'm very sorry, I have skipped something.
No problem, we have enough time.
Yes.
Don't worry, please.
Yes, it can be safely assumed that the nearly 40 centuries old Festos disc was aimed for a long existence by an outstanding individual, presumably a priest who created these inscriptions. The pictographs of the Festos disc are arranged along the spiral line. These are the signs representing the Great Mother Goddess and her iconographic attributes: a lion's head, sheep's skin, the lily, olive branch, and others. As seen, it is seen very well, I think, on the schemes. It was believed that the disc was brought to Crete from Asia Minor, though another group of printed symbols are directly bound to Crete, as Corriban's head, a boat, a running man, the carpenter's square, the wonderful, connected with wonderful architecture of Cretan towns, a bow. They were very good, very exact bow shooting. It was considered impossible to decipher Festus' inscriptions because they were supposed to belong to some ancient and extinct culture and language. The disc was called the enigma of the 20th century. John Chadwick even wrote, Minoan is a language that died out without trace and has no known covenants. But it was unanimously declared that the language of the disc was neither Indo-European nor Semitic. And Michael Ventris wrote, the theory of Minoan, that Minoan could be Greek is based, of course, upon a deliberate disregard for historical plausibility. The achievements of script theorists in studying the inscriptions of Festus' disc are outstanding. They estimated that the pictographs of these yet undeciphered inscriptions are phonic units, quite against what should be expected. It was the invention of the phonetic principle that was instrumental in opening new horizons in the history of writing. I.J. Gelb, Ibsen, Neumann, Pope wrote that the inscriptions were logosyllabic. The most important researches were carried out concerning the graphical analysis of disc signs, symbolic meanings, cultural influences, and character of its pictographs. It was deduced that the inscriptions were hymns. I think they are prayers addressed to the Great Mother Goddess, Rea Kybele, or Inanna, as she was named in Sumer. This is the side A of the disc, and the priests and guards, Corribans. This is side B. They are asking for protection from disaster and calamity. The deciphering of the Festus disc inscriptions in the ancient South Caucasian Common Kartvelian language was presented by Gashilava in 2008. It should be underlined here that all linguistic forms deciphered by him are fully supported by comparative and inner reconstruction studies of morphophonemic system of the common Kartvelian languages carried out by Tamas Gamprelidze and Givi Majavariani in their large-scale and fundamental research. The book is translated and edited and published by Wimsif Böder in Tübingen, 1982. The analysis of the linguistic material made it possible to define the period of the ancient Kartvelian to which the Festus inscriptions belong, and thus the more precise term, namely Common Colchian, introduced by Akaki Shanidze, was suggested by Tamas Gamprelidze to denote the time of the ancient Kartvelian when the Festus disc and linear A inscriptions were in use. The direction of the reading is one of the most important issues in studying ancient scripts. Sir Arthur Evans wrote that Festus disc inscriptions were invariably written from left to right. Gelb called this direction the classical method of writing from left to right. Linear A inscriptions keep to the same direction. A few words can be added about this problem in Festus disc. On side A, on the disc, in the center of the spiral, there is a rosette, a symbol of the sun and the beginning. In the center of the spiral on side B, there is a symbol of the moon, a spiked helmet that indicates Corybant, presumably also implying the beginning. Both addresses on the text are underlined from the very beginning, as it is usual in pagan prayers and hymns. Still another factor is general symbolic meaning of the movement along the spiral line. From inside out, it means evolution, creation. So the spiral is the symbol implies here, as a symbol, implies here that the reading of the text
Nie słychać. Jej? Ale oni słyszą teraz?
symbolic meanings of certain pictographic signs in the center of the script and by the symbolic meaning of the spiral itself. The left to right direction of writing and reading inscriptions was presented in later Kartvelian scripts, documented from the 4th century Asomtagoglu script. In the writing system of disc, of Festus disc, the pictographs were brought to full functioning as definite phonetic units by the author of the script. They were read and pronounced, the pictographs, I mean. The syllabic phonic structure of words was introduced into this script system, making the pictographic writing of the disc the striking exception of the history of script. The script of disc developed into a pictographic writing with phonic quality of signs. It should be remembered that the script was declared to be a syllabic logographic writing from the very beginning, already in 1929. Ibsen wrote that the disc was a real script, meaning that its pictographs were speech signs and the inscriptions should be read as speech units. Here, in this real script, pictographs denote syllables and words. And he adds here, this is not the result of historical development, but unique, einmaliges, and remarkable achievement independent from other scripts. I.J. Gelb did not consider the inscriptions of signs without correspondence to phonetic values to be scripts. And if this idea is to be accepted, then the Festus pictographic inscriptions present the key point of introducing phonic values into scripts. A set of rules for reading the inscriptions was presented by Giacomo Ashilava in his algorithm, The algorithm is based on the rules of regular rotation of pictographic signs in the inscriptions. Namely, two of these positions are horizontal to the spiral, with pictographs looking from either right, either right or left. And two other positions are vertical, pictographs looking up or down the spiral line as it is seen on the table, which I can't show you, yes. I'm very sorry. The pictographs directed from left to right are read as words. The pictographs in the right to left horizontal position are read as the word in reverse. The second syllable of the word is read first and the first syllable comes next. Vertically printed pictographs are syllables. If a sign is oriented upward from this spiral line, it is read as the first syllable of the word. The majority of Festus disc script signs are printed in this position on the disc. They are acrophone. If a vertical pictograph is oriented downwards, the second syllable of the word is read. The most authoritative theorists, I have already named them, considered the use of acrophony to be extremely rare in ancient scripts, and the systemic notation of the phonetic qualities of the vertically placed pictographs as the first syllables of words was declared to be a special feature that marks out the Festus disc script. It should be also added that acrophony had greatly influenced the general development of scripts. But it is not this position of pictographs, and not only this phonic quality implied by it, that marks out the Festus disc script and its inscriptions. Other positions and their different phonetic values are certainly equally significant for structuring the system. In the disc script, the phonic qualities of words in reverse order, also the word last syllables, are conveyed by the positions of pictographic signs along the spiral line. The well thought out syllabic logographic phonetic system of the Festus disc is made remarkably consistent with the four positions of pictographic signs and their four phonic implications suggested by the logic of the script structure of the disc. The Festus disc script system is of particular interest from the point of view of its inner structure. Four phonetic readings are allowed for each pictographic signs in the inscriptions of the system. This means that pictographs are paradigmatically polyphonemic, and pictographic signs have more than one potential alternatives of presenting and reading each sign in script. The system is also equipped with strict syntagmatic position rules for printing pictographs in texts, which determine only one choice, one sign position of each, in each particular case, of inscription. As a result, the occurrence of each sign in the text is syntagmatically restricted to one of the four positions offered by the system. And this results in only one phonic reading of the given sign in a written text. These regulations surprisingly coincide with the character of functioning of well-built semiotic systems as they have been presented in our times. The unambiguity between phonetic units and their pictographic presentations in the inscriptions of Cretan Kartvelian scripts are quite exceptional. The one-to-one system initiated in the Festos script is the result of the comprehensive and in-depth phonological analysis of the language by the author of the script. He made the full use of the consistent syllabic character of the language and granted equal syllabic functioning of both syllables of words in printed texts. The univocal syntagmatic correspondence between written signs and their phonetic qualities implies that the scripts of the Festos disc and Linear A are not borrowed, unlike the widely spread practice of borrowing scripts in these far old times. It is clear that the system of the Festos script was specially created for one definite language, and according to the decipherment, this is the ancient form of Common Kartvelian. The general process of phonetic reading of the signs of ancient script and the detailed and exact understanding of the contents of written texts were begun in the Festus disc script. This most complicated process is not only carried out, but also demonstrated in the disc inscriptions. I'm coming to the end. Am I too long?
It's okay. It's okay.
The one-to-one correspondence between the phonemic units and graphical signs has been preserved through the whole history of Kartvelian scripts up to the modern Kartvelian Georgian alphabet. Vocalic elements of words form the backbone of the phonetic structure of the contemporary Kartvelian Georgian language texts too. It is well known that structuring of such unambiguous correspondence between written signs in speech units and speech units is made possible by the language structure itself. Günther Neumann wrote that Cretan linear scripts cannot be used for writing down the language with consonant clusters. The linguistic forms with regular alterations of consonants and vowels is absolutely adequately reflected by the syllabic language and the Cretan linear A script. It seems to be special, and the script, both scripts seem to be specially created for it. These words could also be applied to the Festos disc. There is no denying that 4,000 years ago, a full and detailed phonemic analysis of the language was carried out by a great intellect, the brilliant creator of the Festus disc script. He was very knowledgeable about the phonemic structure of the language and presented it adequately in the most elaborate and clear way with polyphonemic, paradigmatic, and unambiguous syntagmatic structure, which is a feature quite unique in ancient writing systems and rare in modern writing systems too. The development of such vocalic word syllabic system must have naturally stimulated the further phonemic analysis of speech units and consequently the process of creating alphabetic writings. It may be presumed that the further analysis of the ancient Kartvelian forms into smaller or shorter units of separate vowels and consonant forms could have or might have been a natural further process of creating alphabet writing, be it in Crete or Asia Minor. Apart from its role as a mediator, this is a citation from Harald Harman. apart from its role as a mediator of European literacy in the contacts with the Near East via Ugarit and on the Syrian coast, Crete played a significant part in the spread of alphabetic writing within Aegean. It was being attested only recently that the first variant of the Greek alphabet originated in Crete, where the Phoenician script was known as early as the 11th century BC. There are clear traces of the impact of Aegean writing system in the Near East and Asia Minor during the second millennium BC. And although the exact nature of the influence on the formation of an alphabetic script in the Syrian-Palestinian area is not known, the Aegean participation in the formation of the alphabet cannot be neglected. This is the end of the citation. And just to finish, it could be now said that ancient Kartvelian language and its original script with attested texts of prayers are now 40 centuries old. This is I have finished.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was really extremely interesting speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. So for such a time, longer than.
It was a pleasure for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, please?
I'm ready and eager to hear questions.
Yes, please.
So maybe you?
Maybe I would like to ask Professor Giacochilava.
No, he has no questions to me, I think.
Professor Henryk Paprocki, maybe you have a question?
No. Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you very much again. Very interesting speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
It was short. That is what is
okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you so much for your excellent speech. So now our next speaker is to be Professor Konstantin Lerner from Hebrew University of Jerusalem. But I can't see him. Are you somewhere here, Professor Lerner? We can't see you. Can you open your windows, please, if you are here? It seems that, unfortunately, it seems that it was not possible for Professor Lerner to join us. In this case, with your permission, I would like to invite for next presentation Radoslav Kanarkovsky, Institute of Oriental Studies, Department of Iranian Studies, Jagiellonia University. The subject of presentation is Basque and Ibero-Caucasian numerals from comparative perspectives. Please.
The aim of the present paper is analysis of internal structure and origin of Basque numerals. Basque is generally regarded as one of isolated languages, but it's not genetically related to any other known language of the world. Due to this reason, etymological studies on this language have so far been concentrated on internal phonetic development from Old Basque to contemporary language, variation and origin of loan words without taking into consideration possible external connections. It's the case of New Basque Etymological Dictionary by Trask also. However, such a position has not been accepted by all linguists. Theory of possible relationship between Basque and contemporary Ibero-Caucasian languages was extensively investigated by some Georgian scientists like Shota Dzidiguri or in more recent times Mihail Kurdiani. Polish Caucasologist Jan Braun also greatly contributed to support the conception of Basque, Ibero-Caucasian, especially Kartvelian genetic relationship. Mikhail Kurdian and Jan Braun laid foundations for historical comparative studies on Basque etymology. Numerals belong to basic vocabulary, and therefore studies on their etymology may be of paramount importance for etymological research in general and establishing of possible genetic affiliation of the investigated languages. More detailed research on of Basque numerals has not been carried out so far, and it's beyond doubt that it can shed more light on the intricate question of linguistic classification of this language. Comparative data clearly point out that possible connections may be found not only between Basque and Kartvelian, but also but Basque and other Ibero-Caucasian languages like Dagestanian or Abkhaz Adikhe as well. And this fact can also constitute an additional piece of evidence corroborating reliability of the Ibero-Caucasian theory, which itself still requires much more profound research and more convincing proofs. And now I would like to turn to etymologization of some examples of Basque numerals. One, but in Basque. This numeral may be divided into two morphemes, but art, where the root is art, which can be derived from art. This root can be compared with common Kartvelian art if it's assumed that the initial bilabial stop b is petrified class morpheme and the final segment at is nominal root. The root may be derived from art due to dropping of the sonorant in the implosive position. Taking into consideration comparative data from other Kartvelian languages, for example, we have Mingrelian arti or Laz art or art teri. The above postulated common Kartvelian reconstruction appears more reliable than Earth proposed by Klimov and Halilov. The root under consideration is attested only in Kartvelian group, and any further etymological connections with mountain Caucasian languages have not been found so far. And the second B, two, we have also other variants in other Basque dialects, biga, bida, bia. The first form of this numeral B is used in the contemporary literary language. As far as other variants are concerned, the final syllables ga, da, a can be considered as petrified class morphemes or numeral particles. Whose morphemic segmentation of these numerals should look as follows: B, ga, B, da, B, a. These forms can be arranged according to relative chronology of phonetic. Ga as a result of assimilation of the phonetic stop g, b, d, and the last b are from ga, which is due to dropping of the occlusive consonant d or g in the intervocalic position v, c, v, and b, b. The root may be derived from b from qui, which can be reconstructed from common Dagestani as well, but the details of its phonetic development require more profound elucidation. At the first stage of phonetic development, the labialized abruptive probably went into unvoiced abruptive bilabial stop, que, pue, and then pe, and subsequently the stop changed into voiced consonant p, went into b. The latter sound change may be presumably explained as a result of distinct anticipatory assimilation toward the voiced consonant of the final syllable. So the contemporary Basque numerals can be derived respectively biga from piga and bida from pida. And the second Hiru is 3 in Basque. This numeral can be segmented Hiru if it's assumed that the final syllable ru constitutes petrified class morpheme. The nominal root is he, and then this root can be derived he from C, where the inherited sibilant underwent into laryngeal spirant. And example of the parallel phonetic development can be found in Basque ehun from esun. Those Proto-Basque root can be reconstructed C. This root may be compounded with numerals referring to 3 in Kartvelian and other Ibero-Caucasian languages. For example, we have in Georgian sa, mi, which is to be divided sa, m, I, where root is sa. Or in Grigolian, so mi is can be divided into morphemes so, m, I is derivable from sa, mi, where root is so from sa. A common Kartvelian stem may be reconstructed some, where the final bilabial sonorant constitutes petrified class morpheme, taking into account the fact that this morpheme is testified also in Basque Pederatzi 9 in the phonetic shape ra. Rounding of the auslode vowel should be treated as a secondary phonetic development ru from ra. This can be elucidated as a result of distant perseverative assimilation of the vowels EU, and hence we have Hi Ru from Hi Ra, and this form may be further derived from Hira from Shira and ultimately Shira from Sara, which is possible due to distant anticipatory assimilation of the stem vowels. Thus, the oldest Basque, Proto-Basque form can be reconstructed Sa-Ra, where the nominal root is Sa, which fully agree with common Kartvelian Sa. This root in its turn may be further derived from Sla, with lateral spirant, from labialized lateral spirant. If it's assumed that the radical spirants developed from the lateral spirant, and it should not so should be added that the corresponding Abkhaz-Adic numerals are also based on the same root. So we have in Obek, for example, Sha would be derivable from Shwa and Slwa. Or in Kabardian we have also, and my camera, oh now, okay.
Sorry, okay, now it's okay.
We have also in Kabardian language, she, which can be also derived from sha, from swa, and earlier from slwa. And as it can be seen in the light of the comparative data, the Basque numeral referring to 3 is related to its Kartvelian as well as other Ibero-Caucasian and counterparts. As I would like also, for example, Lao. Lao is 4 in Basque, and morphemic structure of this numeral may be interpreted in the following way: La, U, where the stem is La, which is derivable from Sla, with semantic change 3, 4. And if the contemporary form Lao can be derived from Laur and possibly further Laur from Laura, at which point, for instance, a compound numeral in Basque, Lauro gay, we have Laur or gay, and it can be derived from Laura ho gay. That's why I propose to derive Lau from Laur. As far as the morphemic segmentation is concerned, it should be la u r from la u ra, where the final sonorant r may be interpreted as a relic of primary numeral particle r from ra. As for the dropping of the final an alternative explanation may be proposed. The vibrant dropped due to distant perseverated dissimulation and in the compound numeral hamar, and afterwards the numeral formerly having been a constituent part of the compositum began to be used by speakers as an independent morpheme, not having meaning in the meaning for. The above proposed sound change could have been caused by distant perseverant assimilation, or if it would have taken place at an earlier stage of linguistic development, a transitory one between common Ibero-Caucasian and Proto-Basque, maybe sl, and sl, and later sl, and on the other hand, it's also possible that it's a case of a spontaneous sound change in the intervocalic position, which is also attested in several other examples in Basque. It may be assumed that the onslaught segment U should be regarded as petrified class morpheme, which was subject to phonetic change. It can be derived U from V from B in consequence of lenition and spirantization of the inherited voiced bilabial stop. What is very interesting, the class morpheme B is really attested in our slap go, slap b, go. 3. The initial syllable la represents the nominal stem, which may be derived from la, from sla, from slwa, if it's supposed that Basque lost the lateral consonants inherited from common Ibero-Caucasian, which have been preserved in some other languages of this family. So the primary lateral spirant was lateralized and changed into liquid sonorant. The lateral spirant should be faster derived from the labialized consonant l from slu. And the primary labial co-articulation is to be postulated based on the Dagestani comparative material. And we have, for example, in Arvak, Slwa da, and in Chamalal, Slwa da la da from Slwa ba da, where the nominal root is Slwa, can be derived from Slwa. The labialized lateral spirant Slu is directly attested in Arvak. Chamalal shows a corresponding geminated lateral spirant Sl, which can be derived from the labialized one Sl from Slu. Gemination is here a compensatory phonetic process which took place after dropping of the labial co-articulation. As it can be seen, the numeral under question can be compared with other Ibero-Caucasian numerals referring to Sui. For example, we can compare with when slap go in Avar on slabuda in Khodoberi. On the other hand, attention must be paid on the word Laurdenegun 3 days ago, where Egun we have there, Laur 3. This word may be interpreted as semantic archaism, in which the primary meaning of the numeral 3 was preserved. And the next numeral we have, for example, say and other variants, dialectal, hey and he, 6 in Basque. These variants may be arranged according to relative chronology of phonetic changes as follows: he, hey, say. It would be possible to connect this morpheme with Ibero-Caucasian numerals denoting 5 if it's assumed that the final diphthongs a, ye are secondary and developed due to diphthongization of the vowel e, a, ye. If it's the case, these numerals may be derivable he from he, and the latter may be further derived he from hui, and the root hui 5 can be postulated for common Ibero-Caucasian and common Kartvelian as well. So we have, for example, Georgian huti, hut e, root hu can be derived from hu, and it may be from hui. And for example, in Kabardian we have hui, where hui is root from hui. Or in rootul, we have hud, root hu from hu and it from hui. And it's for, we have here to do with semantic shift 5, 6. It's a similar phenomenon as, for example, above in Basque numeral loud. And we have also, for example, numeral zaspi. Zaspi, it's in Basque 7. This numeral may be divided into two morphemes, sa-spi, and the second member may be compounded with Georgian shwid if it's assumed that spi it can be derived from spi and it from shwi, and the labialized alveolar aspirant was delabialized and went into the consonantal group shwi, shwi, or in other words, bilabial stop developed in the place of the labial co-articulation, which may be regarded as an assimilative process in terms of acoustic phonetic, because both sh and p belong to dark obstruents. The second phonetic change, sa-spi, consists just in distinct perseverative assimilation of the consonants sh, 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 sh. And however,
Excuse me, please,
no?
Radoslav. Can you correct your camera, please? We can't see you normally. Excuse me, please.
And now, good.
It's the same. Arbitiratom.
Mech.
For us,
Arbitiratom is Asemogda, Mech, Rapkeli Fredas, Magra, Khmaris, ho?
Khmaris game.
Okay. Ratom Asemogda.
Okay, it's okay. Excuse me, please. You can continue, please. Okay, and then later we can correct it.
No, God.
Okay. Continue, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will continue. However, origin of the initial syllable that after all remains unexplained. A possibility can be considered that the numeral under question represents from etymological point of view a reduplicated root which could be reconstructed shwi shwi after dissimulative delabialization of the unloud segment. Shwi 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 would be for example. False phonetic development may be reconstructed shwi shpi and later shpi shpi, which can be explained as distinct anticipatory assimilation, and it would be in compliance with the above proposed reconstructions. And ultimately, the final aspirant was subject to preparative assimilation, and so we have presumably CSP after sound change E, R in the stem vowel, possibly. As a result of distant anticipatory dissimilation, the contemporary Basque form will be obtained CSP and SASP. Also, it seems to be possible from purely phonetic point of view must be treated with extreme caution because other reduplicated numeral stems are not testified in Basque. And maybe I would like to give some other examples. Hamar, other variant Amar, this numeral seems so far to be unetymologizable due to lack of external comparative data. The second phonetic variant is obviously derivable Amar from Hamar due to apheresis of the initial laryngeal aspirant. And we have also Hama, quite interesting compound numeral. Hama Ika is 11. Hamar it was 10. And Hama Ika is 11. This numeral may be interpreted as a compound word Hama plus Ika based on the structural pattern 10 plus 1, 11. For the first segment, Hamar above, it should only be added that Hama from Hamar. derivable. And the second member, Ika, may be tentatively equated with Abkhazian Zaki 1 if it's assumed that the Basque morpheme Ika can be derived Ika from Zika in consequence of apheresis of the initial voiced sibilant Z, and the proto-form Zika might be received as a result of metathesis of the stem vowel Zika from Zaki. And if it's true, the primary abruptive velar stop was disabruptivized Zika from Zika, Zika. Phonetic development of the whole numeral can be reconstructed as follows: Hama, Ika, Hama, Rika, Hamar, Zika, Hamara, Zika from Hamara, Zika, the oldest form. As for the above postulated morpheme Ra, the final vowel A was syncopated before the second segment of the compound, and subsequently the vibrant dropped in the intervocalic position.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me, please.
I think it would be the end. I would like to end. Thank you very much.
Okay.
For,
Yes, continue. Yes, please.
I would like to give only some examples of etymologizations of Basque numerals. It's more detailed described in published version in the commemorative book from Jan Braun. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for a very nice, interesting presentation. I think we have a question to you. Any questions, please? Or comments?
May I?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
the question. So first of all, I would like to say that this was a very good and thorough investigation of these forms, a lot of with a lot of material, and really valuable. That is why, yes. So this is very, very good. I would like to ask, but only Radoslav, if it is, if he thinks of any kind of migration between Kartvelian, Georgian place or countries to Spain.
It could be really migration. Yes, I think that it. I'm here, but it could be migration from Minor Asia. Well, I think it could be. Yes, I think that it could be really migration from Minor Asia, and so Basque would be a part of this so-called indigenous people or indigenous people in this era of Iberian Peninsula, and the Indo-European would be new newcomers in this era. So I think that it
could be maybe the migration after Troas, after Troia.
But as far as dating is considered, it's very, very hard to specify chronology. I think it's believed that can the proto-common Kartvelian language, the split of common Kartvelian linguistic unity can be dated, for example, about 10,000 years ago. So it would be about those times, maybe.
Yes, yes, thank you. It is very, very interesting. A lot of work done by you.
Very good.
Very interesting.
Thank you for your question. Another question, please? Maybe Professor Giacoshilava. Do we have any question?
I have, but...
yes, please.
Yes,
please. Yes, please. But yes, we are very welcome.
Voice is correct. Do you hear me, Mr. Radoslav?
With a big problem.
But I... unfortunately, if you hear me, I have not so good connection with this conference, but I would like to ask you about the several steps from Georgia related with Basque language and with Basquian numerals. What do you think about Georgian mushki? It means this in English and kulak in Russian, if it is understandable for you, and Basquian washed, which means the numeral of 5. And about the second Georgian numeral from Old Georgian, it means Skepsi, 7, 1 week, and Basquian Saspi, and Skepsi. How do you think about it? How ability, about this similar connection, which I think is correct. How do you think? Your opinion, please, if you understand that, if you hear me.
Can you
Tylko
understand
Shekit. Astea tu di chmari, zrometit mis Arabcheli vegavideo.
But Mira, maybe we can correct somehow your microphone because it
Yes,
will
yes, yes. Not true, that's earlier.
but so that unfortunately yes.
Sometimes, but it is unable. Impossible. And by presentation, I will try to get something.
So, as far as I understood you, you have said something about some correspondences between Basque and Georgian, Kartvelological and Semitic languages. Also, you have given an example from Hebrew, from Semitic languages.
No.
No.
I answered in Basque language we have dialectal form, washed, for time. And I think it is related with Georgian word, mush, means fish in English, and kulak, rat. But you know, fish is of 5 fingers. But again,
Batono Vakhtang, Tikhwen, Egypt.
Sorry.
Yes.
I can hear also, so I can't repeat it.
Ძალიან body figure dit, Batono Mera body figure dit, მაგრამ I'm
We can hear, unfortunately, yes. Maybe, Badnomera, maybe it's possible to make some correction of communication because for your next speech it will be very difficult to understand what about you are going to speak. So maybe it will be possible to make some corrections. So, okay, thank you. Then, any questions? Professor Paprocki, any question?
No, it's very interesting, but I have the question. Thank you very much.
I have a question to you, Radoslav, and to Professor Shengelaia. So, in this theory about the migration, which is very nice, what do you think? Do we have some kind of archaeological evidences of this migration? Even from the Asian Minor
personally,
Peninsula.
I have never researched the questions of possibility of migrations. I gave also such an answer to Kalbatono Nana Shengelaia's question. It's possible that it could be migration, but my interest focus mainly on linguistic evidences and migrations, evidences for. I think that first of all, archaeological excavations, archaeological studies can give evidence for migrations and not on linguistics. It
Yes.
could be.
As far as this is your special interest, maybe I don't know how good is as an proof of this theory, but I can tell you, let's say, about the one archaeological fact what I discovered in Spain. In Cádiz University Archaeological Department, there are pieces of pottery absolutely similar what we have in Georgia, but 8th, 7th century BC. They are special white jars of black fabric, but typologically, morphologically, and technologically, they are absolutely the same. This is a little bit strange, and in the central part of Caucasia, let's say, in Shida-Kartli, I mean, especially it's typical for Shida-Kartli. But this is absolutely, I would like to repeat again, this is absolutely the same what I saw in Cádiz University Archaeological Lab. But it comes from the, as far as I know, from Diego Ruiz Mata, who was leader of archaeological department there. It comes from the early Phoenician colonies on the territory of South Spain. But in any case, this is very interesting. We have to explain how it was happening. What was the root? What was the reality? Because it does not happen without any background. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much again for your excellent speech. Very interesting speech. So
thank you very much.
Now we have coffee break time. Just 10 minutes. What do you think? 10 minutes will be enough, I think, or more. According to the, just a moment, I have to check. According to the program, we have 30-minute break. 30-minute break, so stay please online and we can
Go on.
meet again in 30 minutes. What do you think?
Okay.
What do you think, Professor Paprocki? Is okay? Kalbatono Nana, is a comfortable time?
Როგორც ვწანდებ. კი ბატონო, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, okay. In 30 minutes, please. See you again. Okay. Stay
See
online.
you. See you.
Bye.
მატორო ბერა თქვენი ხმა გაასწორეთ
ახლა ისმინის
ძალიან ცუდად ძალიან აი ვერაფერ ვერ გავიგეთ
რა ჭანდა გაჭირდა საერთოდ რა ის არის ეს არის
თქვენ რა გაქვთ ნოუთბუქი გაქვთ
არა კაცო რა ნოუთბუქი
ტელევიზორი გაქვთ მონიტორზე გაქვთ
ტელეფონით შემოდიხარ?
არა, რა ტელეფონით რა ძანებს ბატონო.
არა, როგორმე, იმიტომ რომ კარგად მოგისმინოთ.
სპეციალურად მოვემზადე ამ გაჭირს ამ იმას ვერ გავიგე, ვერ მივ.
ბატონო მე რა ხვალ კეთა და ტელეფონით უფრო კარგი ხმა გამოსდება თუ მოახერხებ ჩაი ვერთა პროცედურა გაიარო
ტელეფონის ნაცია დამეხმარება ჩვენ ახლა ისე გავაკეთებთ.
ბატონო რა მოგესალმებით ყველას. ბატონო მე რა ვიქნება ახლა დავტესტოთ რამდენად კარგად გაიგებენ ტელეფონს.
ტელეფონს იმასთვის და მამას გავაკეთე.
აი, ნათიას ხმა ისმის მშვენივრად.
ო, იმედია.
კი.
გამოვასწორებთ. აი ახლა მიკროფონს ჩავთავ და აბა როგორ გაიგებენ. აბა რამე ილაპარაკეთ და გვეტყვიან რამდენად კარგად გაიგებენ.
კავკასიურ ურთიერთობებს ენობრივი მონაცემების მიხედვით
ისმის
ესეა, კარგია.
ხო, ეხლა
იმიტომ რომ მიკროფონი იქნება ჩართული ჩემი ტელეფონისა და გამოსახულება კიდევ ჩვეულებრივ ზუმის.
კი, გამოსახულება კარგად ჩანს და იმასაც მე გავაზიარებ.
კი ბატონო, კი ბატონო.
გამოსახულებაც იმას
კი, კი. აი, ახლავე ვწდი, აბა, იმედია.
რამდენი ხანში ვიწყებ ჩვენ?
ნახევარ საათი.
ნახევარ საათში.
ანუ ზუსტად თბილისში მოით 2 საათზე, ხო?
2 საათზე, დიახ.
რო აკლია ესე.
დიახ, 5 წუთი რო დააკლდება, მოდით შევთან 5.
პირველი მომხდენებელი არის ბატონი რეზო თუ იქნება.
დიახ.
აი, ეკრანს ხომ ხედავთ, რომ დამიდასტუროთ?
კი, მე რა ჩუქვა on the genealogy, yes.
კარგი. აი, ასე ვიზამთ მაშინ.
ჩემონათი მე გეყვიყოლმე examples.
დიახ.
სტატიები, რომელიც შეეხება ევროპულ მასალას, ის გამოაჩინე და მე აქ ჩემს ეკრანზე მაქვს და ამ ტექსტს ავიწყავ, რამდენი?
დიახ. კარგი.
examples და დააკვირდები ბასკი, მე სხვადასხვა შესაძლებლობები გეკ correspondences.
დიახ.
შესაძლებლობებს
დიახ. კარგი. კარგი.
სამწუხაროდ მე მგონია რომ ჩემი კომპიუტერის პრობლემა არის, მაგრამ ჩემი ზუმი რო არ არის აქ და პირდაპირ იმით რომ შევდივარ, იმიტომ აახეთე.
არა, ეს რაღაცა ხმის პრობლემაა. შეიძლება თქვენ
ისევ არის ხმის პრობლემა.
დინამიკების ბრალიაც თუ არ ვწდები. სავარაუდოდ. ახლა
გაფუჭდა ისევ ხმა.
თქვენი ხმა ისმის ტელეფონიდან, ანუ
ტელეფონიდან არის ეს.
უნდა აჩვენო.
ტელეფონიდან არის.
ბატონო მერა, ბრძანეთ კიდე.
დიახ. კი, ასე გავაკეთოთ.
აი, ეხლა ისევ ჩაქრა ბატონი მერაბის ხმა.
აი, ტელეფონიდან ისმის მხოლოდ, იქიდან არა.
აქედან არც მოისმინება, იმიტომ რომ
ეხლა კარგია.
იმიტომ რომ ეს მე გამოვხდე.
კი ბატონო. ეხლა კარგია, კი ბატონო, ძალიან კარგია.
იმის უნდა წავიდეთ ეხლა როგორც ვაკეთებ.
დიახ. თქვენი ის ხმა დაუწიეთ და ტელეფონის ხმა უკვე კარგად ისმის.
ამან ეს გამორთული მაქვს და ტელეფონს ვააქტიურებ. ტელეფონის ხმა მოდის და ამითი გამოსახულება.
ძალიან კარგი, დიდი მადლობა, კარგად მოდით ეხლა. მადლობა ბატონო მერა, მადლობა ნატია. ჯერჯერობით.
რადეკ, ვეღარ მოგესალმე, როგორ ახარ?
Dobrze. Tak, bo on mówił, że podłączy i nie podłączył się, więc... Tak, bo to ważne, że mamy jego tekst. Dobra, to dziękuję. Pa. Do której mamy przerwę? Tenis. Czyli teraz jest godziny mamy? Dobra. Tutaj jest internet? Denis. Bo ja mam swój komputer. Musi być tu Wi-Fi. Może odzwonimy i napisze nam. Tania. Guest 5, co jest to? Wi-Fi? Nie, niech będzie, bo dlatego się ja otworzyłem teraz. Tak. Dzwonisz do nich tam, czy? Aha. 13. Na ile osób to jest przygotowanych?
Chyba na 15 księży.
O, dobrze. Czyli 10 nawet były.
Tak, to chyba 15. Tam kanapeczki, sałateczki,
Tak. Ja nie wiem, jak już jest zamówiony, bo tutaj nie wiem, ale przyjdą tutaj, tak.
Czyli na przykład, tak jak było umawiane, tak?
Tak.
Ja jestem zawsze 15 minut gotowy wcześniej.
Dobra. Nie, po co mi to?
Mogę, tak?
Tak. Możesz zapisać, bo to ja przecież tutaj nie prowadzę żadnych zajęć i nie przychodzę codziennie.
Teraz, tak?
Tak.
O, działa.
To, dzięki.
So the attractions, this language of the indigenous population of the Asia Minor and Caucasian regions. Region. This appear in the chromosome substratum, the structure and flexure of the hierarchies below. I mean many substratum language of Kartvelological and other inscription found many critical Asian islands, the substratum are usually linked to early Minoan culture in the inscriptions of Old Cretan Syllabic inscriptions overlay deciphered by in the communicative language. The Bronze Age, many regions of the Asia Minor and whole of the Peloponnese or Pelasgia.
ბატონო ვახტანგ,
ბატონო, როგორ ბრძანდებით?
როგორ ბრძანდებით? ეხლა თქვენი მოხსენება ბატონო ვახტანგ თუ მეორე სექციაში.
შევამოწმე უბრალოდ. ჩემი მოხსენება 5 საათზე და მე თქვენი, ხო?
ხო, მე ჩვენი, ხო.
ხო, მე როგორ წვდები ბატონო გია 5 საათზე უნდა შევიკრიბოთ, ხო? ეხლა 10 წუთში შევიკრიბებით 15 წუთში და მე ისე 5 საათზე დიახ, ხო?
დიახ.
კარგი, ძალიან კარგი. ნინო, როგორ არის შენი საქმეები?
რა ვიცი, ნელ-ნელა, აქ მაინც რო გხედავთ, მიხარია.
როგორ დასანანია რომ ვერ დავედით ერთად ვარშავაში ყველა.
ძალიან დავწუნდა.
ბატონ გიასთან ერთად, მაგრამ რა ვუყოთ. არის მის ჩვენი ბატონო გია.
ბატონო, თქვენ ვარშავაში ბრძანდებით?
არა, გია, არ გაგვიშვეს, სინოფარმით ვართ აცრილები და არ გაგვიშვეს.
მე სამე გავიკეთე, მე ფაიზერი და უკვე 6 თვე გასულია.
თქვენ ვარშავაში ხარ ბატონო გია?
არა, ვარშავაში ისედაც ვერ წავიდო, ძიმე მყავს დედა ავადო და ვერ წავიდოდ ვერაფერი.
ოი, რა საბობ. არა, მე მგონი არც ბუსტერით უშვებდნენ, ასე ვიცი.
მეც გავიკეთე ფაიზერი, მაგრამ მაინც არ გამიშვეს.
ანუ საერთოდ არა შეშვება ესე იგი.
არ ვიცი ის რაღაც სინოფარმი რადგან ურევია საქმეში მოკლედ ამის გამო ეთყობა ავსიკავებდი.
ესე იგი სინოფარმი არ უნდა გაგვეკეთებია ესე გამოდის.
არა და კარგი დაცვა აქ. ძალიან კარგად იმუშავა და
ესე მე კოვიდი მაინც შემეყარა.
მაგრამ სუბუკად ალბათ.
სუბუკად. დედასაც ჰქონდა AstraZeneca გაკეთებოდა იმანაც სუბუკად გადაიტანა.
ხო, ნუ თავარი ეს არის სუბუკად გადატანა.
ყოველ შემთხვევაში ჩვენ არ უნდა შეხვედრო და დედამ დაპატიჟა მეზობელი ნუ ისე მყავდა ცახში ჩაკეტილი წედა დაღევარი არავის არ უშვებდი და მაინც შეხვდა.
ერთი ადამიანი საკმარისია რომ დასანანია რომ ვერ მოვხდით ვარშავაში და რაღაც ვერ დაუდექით მხარში დათოს ისე როგორც დათოს სურდა. ამ ხელას რომა გაწია ხო რა თქმა უნდა.
წინა გვაქვს.
ახლა ჩვენ საუბარს თელს ისმენს კიდევ YouTube-ზე პირდაპირ ჩართვა.
ძალიან კარგი. ძალიან კარგი თუ გვისმენენ და თუ მოგვისმენენ სასურველია რა თქმა უნდა. მოხსენებებს თუ მოისმენენ ეს იქნება ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ჩვენთვის. კარგით, მაშინ ჩვენ 15 წუთში ისევ
შევისვენოთ.
დიახ, შევისვენოთ და შევხვდეთ 15 წუთში, აბა ჯერჯერობით.
არის არა არ ვიცი მგონია არის ალბათ არა ისმის ჩემი
უკეთესად ისმის
საერთოდ ისმის ნათია
ცოტა მოხათარი მაგრამ ხმა მაინც მოდის
ნათი ისმის ჩემი
იცით ისმის მაგრამ მაინც გამოკვეთილად არა რაღაც წვეტილივით მოდის აი არ შეიძლება დინამიკია გაფუჭებული
ალბათ ისეთი ხრინწით მოდის ხრინწით ბატონო მერა რატომღაც ეთყობა მარტო აი როგორ დათიან ბრძანა შეიძლება მიკროფონის ბრალია ეს
მაგრამ ხმა მოიმატა მაინც
კი მოიმატა კი უთესია
მაგრამ
მაინც მიკროფონის დაცვად დათია ბატონო ტელეფონი გვარჯობია
აი ეს ერთი ვერსია თქვენ როგორ ბრძანეთ წეღან ცოტა უკეთესი იყო
ის უკეთესი იყო ბატონო
ტელეფონით მე მგონი უკეთესი იყო დიახ ვარდეთ უბრალოდ ბატონო მერა ბრო სადო
აი აქ ვარა
So we have 1 more minute. We have to wait.
Let's wait. Just ჩემი
ვენ ჩანხარ ჩვენივრად კალბატონო ნანა
ივარა ის რაღაც გადაკიდებული გადმოკე
რაღაც ზედმეტია ჩართული იმიტომ რომ ფონი აქვს მაურიანი ფონი აქვს ბატონო მერა
აი მე გამოვსწავლე ჩემს სასწაულს
ბატონო მერა რაღაც არის ჩართული ესე იგი კომპიუტერს აქვს რაღაცა ის რა ქვია დამხმარე ხმის ფიმცემი და იმას აქვს რაღაცა მეტელი არა იქ ახლა რომელიც ხმითაც მივხვდები თქვენ კომპიუტერს აქვს კიდევ დამატებით ის რა ქვია აი ესეთი რაღაცები კოლოფში რომელიც ხმა ისმის იქ რაღაცაზეა დაჭერილი აქედან ვეღარ გეტყვი
ეხლა თქვენ ტელეფონით შემოხვედით ბატონო მერა
არა
რაღაცა გავგაცნობა
დიახ
ამაჩენებს მოსდარო უკეთესად ისმის არ But my Jupiter telephone.
თუ არ შეწუხდებით ტელეფონით წადოთ, წეგან უკეთესი იყო თუ არ შეწუხდებით.
ანუ თქვენი ხმა მარტო ტელეფონით შემოვიდეს და თქვენი გამოსახულება ისმის ბატონო მერა. ისა ჩანს თქვენი გამოსახულება. თქვენ ეკრანზე შეგიძლიათ გააზიაროთ თქვენი Masala.
Are ekran se ekleba basın. Ekran se ekleba basın. Patronile suaris, patronata.
Yeah.
Rezo Chaturiaris, patronata.
Arachans. So, Arachans. Genovat marto kartvelები ჩართული მე მგონი. ამჯერად და მე ვკითხავ არჩანს ბატონი რეზო.
დიახ ბატონო, დიახ.
ბატონი რეზო შემდგომია.
დიახ. დიახ, ასეა.
ვენ მზად ახართ ბატონო მერაბ, იმიტომ რომ არჩანს ბატონი რეზო, არ გვეხნა.
ეხლა ეკრანს დავახიარებ.
კი ბატონო, გავაზიარო ხომ უკვე ბატონო მე რა პრეზენტაცია. აი, ხომ ხედავთ? ამ ნაწილს გამოვაჭრე ჯერ. გავაწერია და
კი ბატონო.
უკვე ჩავთვალ მიკროფონი.
Okay, now again, you are very welcome. And I see you again after 30 minutes of break. We have to continue our session now. I would like to invite for presentation first speaker, according to the program, Professor Levas Chanturia for Malmö University, Sweden. But I can't see him. Please, if you are with us, can you open your window, please? No, it seems that Professor Chanturia can join us. In this case, with your permission, it will be my pleasure to invite for presentation Professor Merab Chukhwa, Arnold Chikobava Institute of Linguistics, Ivane Javakhishvili, Tbilisi State University. The subject of presentation is towards the genealogical classification of the Basque language. Please, you are very welcome, Professor Chukhwa.
Thank you, Mr. Vakhtang. First of all, I would like to emphasize that Professor Jan Braun as a highly qualified linguist who possessed both Basque and Kartvelological linguistic materials. But unfortunately, his fundamental works, like those of René Lafon, are rarely checked in the West Linguist. Recent Western comparative studies ignore the well-founded classical theory of Basque Kartvelian and Caucasian genetic link. The scientific, which was topical for some time, became topical again in the West scientific sciences since the 2000. More illustrational work was dedicated to determining the place of the Basque language in the genealogical classification of world languages. The American language has created a noteworthy monography on the problem, which is of interest to us. A very small section of it is dedicated to Basque Kartvelian linguistic correlation. It was Mr. Bankston, Professor Bankston from the United States. It seems strange in this context that the author discusses only up the 10 roots, yet making a general conclusion that the Kartvelian and Caucasian languages belong to different families of languages. On the whole, in his works, the researcher always discusses Basque and North Caucasian languages in the same context, but he does not include Kartvelian languages there. In addition, in the history of the study of the problem, for some unknown reason, Mr. Bengtson does not mention Jan Braun studies and his hypothesis about the Basque Kartvelian kingship. It's clear that the described attempt to demarcate the Kartvelian and Warsaw-Caucasian languages follows the Russian point of view and Russian scheme. Since representatives of the Moscow linguistic circle discuss Kartvelian languages along with Nostratic ones. And they consider the place of the North Caucasian languages in the Basque Caucasian Sino-Tibetan Macros family. In Western world, Basque and its closest relatives, a new paradigm, an attempt is made to argue Greenberg's consideration about Kartvelian languages to be closely related to the Dravidian languages, while a Baumhart attributed the Kartvelian languages to the Nostratic Macro family. Though Baumhart does not specifically study North Caucasian languages in the context of the Nostratic hypothesis, he attributed Etruscan and Sumerian to the micro-family of Nostratic languages, which is indeed a noteworthy fact. In contrast to the above approach, I would like to present the new Basque Caucasian comparison, which shows that in isomorphs at the morphology level, Basque reveals genetic correlation not with any particular Ibero-Caucasian languages or groups, but it is an independent member of the language family with its proper characteristics, which is well illustrated in the comparative study of the Basque-Caucasian morphology. You see on the screen Basque and Caucasian roots, similarly related roots. Basque ni, I, is related with Lak na, Dardinian nu, which means I. At the same time, in Kartvelian swan form, Nishgwe, we, and in verb, it means the fourth person. Marker is a marker of fourth person in Swanian language. You see, Vakhtang who, it means you, and related to Dardinian who, Nahian ho, having the same meaning. And you remember the Georgian marker of the second person subjective in Georgian words, and in Spanish language in same function. Vasgura, it means it. Compare with Hinaluk gu, which means we, is connected with Hinalugian king, we, and with Georgian group, fourth marker of the fourth person is Georgian word, as in Swanian, our, we as our. In Bastian, su means you. Compare Abkhazabazian shwa, Nahian shu, and Swanian sga, which comes from Proto-Kartvelian shkwa, shkwa. Hike in Bastian means they. Compare with Hinaluk, ha, they, and in Laz, hini, they also. But how, Compare with Kartvelian, he
Jest przerwa, ale podłączyć Izraela i
has this in land higher,
nagrywamy tego.
also this, and honey this. Bastian Ag, this, Georgian Ag, or egg. Bastian Nor, who, and Nola, how. Compare with Kartvelian, ne, which we see in Zanian pronoun, namu, which, and Vazian nako. Now, how? Lesbian ni, Agulian na, who, and Zahurian ne, what kind? Bastian ser, no. Georgian sa, Zanian so, Inuch se, Darginian se, and Chris C. What? Bastian ori, this, or, here. Svanian ere, somebody, someone. Fabian ari, this, and art, this. If the issue is discussed at the level of phonetic phonology, it will turn out that even in vast Kartvelian languages, the correspondences are mostly of identical nature. Let's observe one of the local clusters of consonants and illustrate the correspondences of cultural plosive consonants. According to Professor Jan Braun, studied the following models of phonemic correlations are detached in the backlingual consonant. Compare Kartvelian, Bastian, in the word Kartvelian, stagu, and Bastian shagu, mouth. Kartvelian and Bastian Kartvelian kari, and Bastian ekar, wine. Kartvelian and Bastian and also in common Kartvelian cow, grasshopper, compare with Basque kurla. However, in the complete diagram of these correspondences presented by Professor Braun, we also observe a seemingly unexpected for this paradigm common Kartvelian and Bastian correlation. Either the model backlingual stop plosive against stop plosive is violated and parallel data backlingual stop plosive laryngeal appears. Similar phonemic opposition is attested in the following group vocabulary. Common Kartvelian con, text. Common Bastian kun, brain. It's interesting that in Latvian, kun means brain also. Common Kartvelian text, floor. Common Bastian bici, or echo, also floor. Common Kartvelian cloud, stone, and common Bastian pari. But when such hypothesis is accepted,
and especially Professor Olga, for the opportunity to contribute to this conference commemorating the prominent professors Akaki Shanidze and Jan Braun. I began my academic career in the section for Bascology at Tbilisi State University. Visited Tbilisi. Dr. Braun had close contact with prominent Bascologist Yuri Zitser, who was the head of the section for Bascology at Tbilisi State University. On this photo taken we see Professor Braun when he received the chief on the occasion of Arnold Chikubava 100 years anniversary. Professor Jan Braun mainly worked on phonology, but he also wrote an article that is central to my topic on verbal nouns and participles in Basque and Kartvelian languages. Already in 1990, Professor Jan Braun gave me this article on verbal nouns and participles in Basque and Kartvelian languages, Nomina verbalia en las lenguas kartvelicas y en el vasco. Here we see his kind handwritten wishes in Georgian, Relajanturies ketili surulebit rom ყოველთვის ახსოვდეს ევსკარა ეზლია. ავტორი საგან ვარშავა 1990 წელი. To Relajanturies with best wishes that you will always remember Basque Euskara from the author, Warsaw. As you know, Basque is considered to be the only non-Indo-European language in Europe which survived the spread of the Roman languages. I remained stronger in the mountainous areas. In the valley of the river Ebro, the influence of the Roman languages was stronger. Much research was being devoted to the history of Basque. Many researchers have tried to establish relations between Basque and other languages, both extinct and living ones. Relations between Basque and the old Iberian language in Spain have been investigated by such researchers as Larramendi, von Humboldt, Schuchart, who compare the case forms of Basque and Iberian. They assumed that the language were genetically related. However, this idea was not accepted by well-known Basque linguists as Antonio Tovar and Coldo Luis Michelena. In the 20th century was a great interest in the Basque-Caucasian hypothesis and especially in possible genetic links between Basque and the Kartvelian languages. Structural similarities were studied in morphology, such as the ergative construction, agglutinative morphology, and order of affixes. In addition to these lexical similarities and features of culture were studied. The Basque-Caucasian hypothesis was supported by such prominent scholars as Uhlenbeck, Volda, Lafon, Mar, Quintana, Ziziguri, Zitsar. The Bascologist René Lafon worked on Basque-Caucasian grammatical comparisons for many years. In order to confirm these comparisons, he studied the Caucasian languages extensively, in particular Georgian. His extensive studies in these areas strengthened the position of the Basque-Caucasian hypothesis. The legacy of René Lafon was continued by the prominent Polish Bascologist and Kartvelologist Professor Jan Braun, who further developed the comparisons in the area of phonology of Basque and the Kartvelian languages, disclosing more similarities. The fundamental studies by Professor Jan Braun on regular sound correspondences in Basque and the Kartvelian languages also inspired Caucasian scholars to undertake systematic etymological comparisons. Here we would like to mention Professor Mikhail Kurdiani and Professor Merab Chuhua. In this paper, we focus on the topic of transitivity, intransitivity of the Basque verb and compare these two Kartvelian models. In both cases, transitivity and intransitivity present complex pictures and both involve ergative structures. The transitivity and intransitivity have been treated by different researchers in different ways, using a different terminology. René Lafont suggested to use the terms verbs of the first and second class instead of transitive and intransitive verbs. According to his classification, verbs of the first class don't include ergative marking, such as ibili, walk, etori, come, egon, be located, remain. The verbs of the second class include ergative marking. Examples of such verbs are isan, you can, have, egin, do, ikusi, si, akin, no, ekari, bring. Ergative marking is understood as having a subject in ergative case and the agreement suffix in the finite verb. However, we believe that the use of traditional terms intransitive and transitive is to be preferred with respect to the Basque verb, even if this will include some special provisions. Another important division to take into consideration of the Basque verb involves synthetic and analytic forms. Most verbs are analytic and conjugated with the help of the auxiliary isan, to be, ukan, to have. There is a small number of synthetic verbs in Basque, about 40. Among the synthetic verbs could be mentioned isan, to be, egon, yoan, ukan, yakin, etc. In modern standard Basque, the analytic verbs forms consist of two parts, a participle and the auxiliary verb, which have a paradigm of tense and mood. The participle carries the main verbal meaning. The synthetic forms don't have the full paradigm, they are so-called irregular verbs. Example of clauses with analytic and synthetic verbs are shown here. According to Professor Jan Braun, historically, there were two types of participles in Basque. First, present participle formed with the prefix e, e, and the suffix le incorporated into the verbal stem to mark agentivity. For example, egile, creator, founder, ekarle, bearer, esale, speaker, irule, spinner, and sule, hearer, etc. Past participles, second, formerly coinciding with genus verbi and formed by the circumfix e, for instance, etori, having come, ekari, brought, erori, fallen, egotsi, thrown, erosi, bought, ibili, having gone, igori, sent, isuri, spilled, itsuri, having run away, ikusi, washed. Past participles are found in analytic verbs. The first type is agentive and is not used in analytic verbs. We will now look at same clause structure in Basque. Valency patterns in the Basque clause are usually illustrated by showing the corresponding case marking patterns of the interrogative pronoun nor. That means who. It takes the following case form with the 4 basic valency patterns, as you can see in the table. Nor marks monovalent intransitive verbs and nominative absolutive construction, nor nori mark the bivalent intransitive dative construction, nor norc are used for bivalent transitives ergative construction, and nor in orc mark trivalent transitives ergative construction with direct and indirect object. In analytic forms, the 2 auxiliary verbs isan, be, and ukan, to have, are used. Isan, be, is used to form analytic verbs with monovalent intransitive, nor, and bivalent intransitive, nor nori. And ukan, have, is used to form analytic verbs with bivalent transitive, nor, and trivalent transitives, nori, nor. I will now show examples of such clauses along with the Kartvelian equivalents. Umea erori da. The child has fallen. Georgian, Bavshvi da tsemulia. Megrelian and Megrelian, Bagana dolafiri re. Nor nori, bivalent intransitive. Anayari chapella erori sayo. The brother's cap fell off. Smas kudi dauarda. Nor norg bivalent transitive. Nik harza il dut. I have killed the bear. Georgian medatvi mokali. Megrelian matunti dovi. Literally medatvi mokluli mukaus. Megrelian matunti Navilia matu. Trivalent, nor in orc. Aitak amari liburua emandio. Father has given the book to mother. In Georgian, mamam dedas tsigni missa. Megrelian, mumak didas tsigni mechu. Compare in Georgian, mamas dedis tsigni mitsemuliox. Megrelian, mumas didashot tsigni mechamili ugu. These examples show typological structural similarities in the sentence structure. In Basque and also in Georgian and Megrelian, we see the nominative, dative, and ergative constructions. The auxiliaries exhibit full paradigms of temporal and modal forms. The Basque participles and auxiliary occur together. Such analytic forms are prevalent in Basque and they also occur in Georgian. Also, synthetic forms are more common. This example illustrates Nik harza il dut, I have killed the bear, medatvi mokali, medatvi moklulim kaus. Here, interesting to show markers in sentences. Nik, the K is ergative case for subject. Harza is BR in nominative. Heal is kill, past passive participle, and auxiliary dut. Du is marker, prefix du is marker for direct object. U is stem of verb ukan, and tu is ergative markers of subject. The Georgian and Megrelian exams that correspond to the Basque structure have evidential meaning. Apparently, I killed the bear. The Basque analytic forms don't carry the evidential meaning, but in Georgian and Megrelian, evidential forms are part of the paradigm of tense aspect forms. In conclusion, the Basque and Kartvelian language examples discussed in this paper show structural similarities in morphological and syntactic aspects. In particular, we know the Basque construction with past participles and auxiliary ukan, here, and the corresponding construction in Georgian and Megrelian with past participles and evidential forms, as in the examples above. In this paper, we only compare Basque and the Kartvelian languages with a focus on verbal morphology and syntactic constructions. Future comparative studies of other word classes and syntactic features in Basque and also other Caucasian languages could contribute to a better understanding of typological and other similarities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chanturia. Thank you very much for joining us now. I would like to give the short explanation because 15 minutes ago I got a message from Professor David Kolbaya that we joined the general conferences little bit earlier. So I would like to tell you, especially for Professor Ivas Chanturia, that Mera Kuchwa already gave his presentation now. So in any case, we have now possibility to discuss or both your presentation and Professor Kuchwa's presentation. But first of all, the question, please, to Professor Ivas Chanturia. Questions, please. Any question? Total silence, it means everything was very clear. Or Badonomera, maybe you would like to tell something?
If you hear me, it would be better for you.
Can you correct, please, your voice a little bit, microphone?
I corrected, but say I have a problem. Connection.
Too difficult here, too difficult here.
Mr. Renzo, I have one question. You hear me?
Yes, please.
What do you think about morphological similarity between Kartvelian and Basque language, and namely the ergative marker K in Basque and K in Las Migrenian?
Found many similarities in my report is very short information. I investigated more deeply and I plan publish my research and I found about 40 some similarities in all parts of speech, word classes, morphology and syntax. My report was very shortly explanation. At one moment I also say the interesting, you know, Kartvelian language, Megrelian, and similarities with negative case marker Q in Basque, Isonar Q, and in Megrelian, Kochiku, the same markers, phonologically and semantically. Ku is marker, is ending and a suffix for ergative construction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Another question, please? Maybe Professor Punyava, do you have some questions? No? Salvador Nana, your questions or comments, please? You have to switch your microphone, please. Switch on, please.
I don't.
Yes,
No?
yes,
Okay.
this I would like to underline Professor Chukwa's presentation and also, of course, Revaz Chanturia's. These were course, very interesting, but one should know very well the material to have some questions. At any rate, this is very instructive and very good, and I thank you.
Yeah, soon I think publishing my research and book, Basque grammar and Kartvelian parallels. I show also etymological similarities who wrote, investigate Professor Peradze, Ivane, and Basque linguist Xavier Quintana, Vogt, and other scientists.
This is very good, very good. Yes, this is interesting, very, very interesting. And what can you tell me, Padonomera?
Yes, of course, I'd like to comment some situation in Basque.
Louder, please. We can't hear. Padonomera, again. Can you use your phone, please? It is better if you can use your telephone.
Okay, I will do. I think
Now it's better.
Yes. Of course, I want to comment about Mr. Rezo's work because he developed the well-grounded correspondences, morphological correspondences between Georgian, Kartvelian, and the Basque languages. But in my resource, I would like to show not only Georgian-Basque similarities. As you know, Georgian and Kartvelian languages are related with Ibero-Caucasian languages, and the material, linguistic material, repeats in Basque language also. Such as I have mentioned, the marker of ergative key in Basque and K in Kartvelian. But you must know, in Lesbian languages of Dagestanian group or Ibero-Caucasian languages, we have also marker K as a marker of one case, and it is transformative case in some languages of Lesbian group, but in Sahian language, it is a marker of active case. As it instrumentalis, Mokhmedeviti in Georgia. Yes, Ishik. Shik in Sahian language means with me, by me. And you see in Baskian, Mik, Nik, it's I in ergative. As in Migrelian and Lazian, Kochik. It is very interesting from Hugo Schuchert's time.
We are losing your voice, Padonomera. We are losing your voice.
He's still saying something.
Well, we can't hear Padonomera. We are losing your voice.
He can't hear, maybe.
No, we can't hear you.
So, I would just...
Yeah, maybe you can help again.
I can only wish.
One moment, please.
Yes?
Just one moment, please.
I think that reading all this material when you have the publishing, it published, is much more easier to understand and grasp for such an ignorant person as I am. And so I wish you both the fast or quick or soon publication of your material.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think I agree with Professor Merab. The material from other Caucasian languages also is a ground support for idea of relations on the idea about Ibero-Caucasian and Basque relations.
Very good.
But we must study not only linguistically. I repeat academic Xavier Quintana's word. We have to study from different positions, anthropologically, historically, historian comparative, and ethnology, and many different scientists in complex give us very sound ground to prove more and more about such relations. And my investigation is one part to support this idea.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, this is a very good idea. And maybe when we will summarize our meeting, maybe we can think about some perspective as one of the results of this conference. But we can do it a little bit later after another speech, if you like, of course. Okay, more questions, please? Any questions or comments?
No more, thank you.
Okay. Now in this case, I would like to invite for next presentation, Professor Nadia Ponia, Arnold Chikobawa Institute of Linguistics, Ivane Javakhishvili, Tbilisi State University. The subject of presentation is distribution of vowels in Abkhaz based on the Abkhaz national corpus. Please, you are welcome.
Thank you, dear Mr. Vakhtang. My topic is distribution of vowel in Abkhaz based on the Abkhaz national corpus. First of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, especially to Professor David Kolbaya and Professor Paul Moirer, who assisted me to the data of the Abkhaz national corpus in this report. It's my presentation plan, the Abkhaz language, the Abkhaz national corpus, Abkhaz vowels, distributional statistical study, vowel clusters, conclusions and references. The report deals with the distribution of statistical regularities of Abkhaz vowels based on the Abkhaz national corpus. The distribution of Abkhaz vowels has never been studied so far in terms of statistics. In addition, the corpus-based research is a novelty in this field. The Abkhaz language has two dialects, Abzhuva and Psip. According to Chirikva's classification, Sats, Akhchipsi, and Tabal that are spoken only in Turkey these days are added to the above-mentioned two dialects. The Abkhaz written language is based on Abzhuva dialect that has a relatively simple phonological system. The Abkhaz language corpus includes the materials of the Abkhaz literary language, and therefore the present study reflects the data of the Abkhaz literary language. Since the study is corpus-based, the relevant examples are given not in a lexical form, but in the form that was found in the source corpus. It should be noted that the corpus doesn't differentiate a basic morpheme and the morpheme boundary. Thus, the distribution of vowels is discussed according to word forms in the report. Each phoneme is accompanied by 2 or 3 examples, while in case of borrowed material, the way of borrowing is also shown. The Abkhaz language has 6 vowels. A and U are considered to be the main vowels, while some scholars still think that O, E, and U are not phonemes, since they are mainly derived by combining the vowels A and U with the sonants. At the synchronous level, Guantelada's opinion is more rightful, stating that in both borrowed and basic words, all the 4 above-mentioned sounds have distinctive functions, differentiating both words and forms, i.e. they are phonemes. The scholar believes that the process of formation of the vowels E and U in the Abkhaz-Abaza dialect began during 15th, 16th centuries, while the vowels A and O turned into phonemes later. In particular, in 19th, 20th centuries, under the strong influence of the Russian language. Kartvelological characterizes each vowel in her monograph, Historical Comparative Analysis of Abkhaz and Abaza Languages, and notes that A is found in all positions, U is realized in inlaut and auslaut, but never in unlaut. E and U are found in the initial position, in common verb forms, and in some cases when it isn't combined with the preceding vowel in a syllable, within a word or a form. U is rarely presented in auslaut, while E is never found in this position. As a result of the corpus study conducted by me, it has been revealed that the vowels A and E are very common in unlaut. For example, Ara, Hia, Antsva, God, Apsh, similar, Egirt, others. U takes the 3rd place, and interjection, and O takes the 4th one, an interjection. In unlaut, the vast majority of the words containing the vowel O were borrowed from Russian. Oasiskva, from Russian oasis. In unlaut, E is more common than U. For example, Izban, Vai, Yara, Dead, and Urt, Vei, Wara, Yu, male. As for inlaut, A and U are very common, while E and O take the 3rd and the 4th places. For example, Abbas, this way, Atatsa, for right, Rıtsha, poor, Akuta, village, Zegi, all, Aboet, poet, rarely attested in borrowings as well, and also Boyd, I see, a stall, table, from Russian stall. In inlaut is much more common than U. In auslaut, A and U are most common. For example, Abna, forest, Lara, she, Akıl, one, Apsu, soul. The 3rd place is taken by O, Inho, living, resident, mainly attested in the Abkhaz vocabulary, in particular in infinitive forms, rarely in borrowings. Aradio, radio. While E takes the 4th place, and it's only in the borrowings. For example, Ivane, gospel, from Russian Evangelie, Cafe, cafe, from Russian cafe. Just like in inlaut, in auslaut, the distribution of E is most common, as the is more common than the one of U. For example, Ari, this, Dunay, from Turkish Dunya, universe, and do, big, imario, easy. U in the final position can mainly be found in infinitive forms. The table shows the percentage of each phoneme distribution, and you can see it. The corpus-based study has revealed that the vowels A, E, U, and O form vowel clusters with the identical composition. In academic literature, only the cluster A is mentioned, and it's considered that in Abkhaz the pair of the vowel A was conditioned by different reasons, losing a certain group of consonants, V, H, Z, and R, and the assimilation process and the spontaneous changes. In some cases, there is no clue for pairing two of the vowels in the source language, while in Abkhaz, this pair is found. Afran, for example, crow from Georgian, Orani. Nikomar indicated to the existence of the pair of two A in Abkhaz and expressed the pair as a long A. Kartvelological also mentions the realization of the pair in all three positions. In some cases, appearing the pair of two A is considered to be a result of the intonation length. The corpus-based research conducted by me has revealed that in unloud, A is most common. For example, Anda, fence, Anta, time. E and U are often found, while O is the least distributed. For example, is interjection of repentance, with same meaning, and U is onomatopoetic word. U is interjection of grief, and O is interjection of repentance. In loud, A is most common. For example, died, he, she has come, abstazara, life. O and U take the second, the third, and the fourth places. For example, O is mostly in borrowings, zoologist from Russian zoolog, zoopark, zoo from Russian zoopark, arrest, register from Russian rest, Atelefir, TV programming from Russian Telefir, and interjection of repentance, and an onomatopoetic word. Just like in unloud and in outloud, the cluster A takes the leading place. For example, Apsua, Abkhazis, Azia, plant. It is followed by E, U, and O take the final places. For example, he, hey, an onomatopoetic word, and ho, an interjection. As it is considered in academic literature, the vowel clusters A and AA can't be found in Abkhaz, but the corpus gives facts to the contrary. The triple A can be found in all the three positions. For example, A by time, Asad, clock, Chloa, Chlo, resident. The vowel combinations E, and O are found once in loud. For example, Mendeleev, boy. In outloud, A is found twice. As for the triple U and O, they can't be found in any positions. It's noteworthy that in loud we have found a case of the vowel sequence A, 4A. However, we think that it's due to the incorrect spelling, just like the case of the cluster AA. For example, Iftazara should be Iftazara, his, her life. Even the corpus says that the lemma of the word is unknown. As for the vowel clusters containing non-identical members in the Abkhaz corpus, in unload, three different sequences are presented in the following frequency: Ae, Aetzwa, star, Aedap, stage from Russian Edap, Ao, arrested just in Russian borrowings, office, office from Russian office, and the OA, just in Russian words as well, oasis, oasis from Russian oasis. In loud, similar clusters are presented in the following frequency: Ea, Aokean, ocean from Russian okean, Ateat, theater from Russian theat, Ae, Aparaekurshwara, currency in circulation. It's tested in compounds and Russian borrowings. For example, if I don't, his phaeton, the clusters EO and OE are attested only in Russian borrowings. For example, archaeologist from Russian archeolog, Leonardo, the name Leonardo, Coalitia, coalition, poema from Russian poema, and poet from Russian poet. In Auslaut, the vowel clusters containing non-identical members are attested only in Russian borrowings in the following frequency: Ea, Galeria, gallery from Russian Galeria, Idea, idea from Russian idea, Eo, Romeo, the name Romeo, Avideo, video from Russian video, and Oa, Apeihoa from Russian Peihoa. Each vowel creates ascending and descending diphthongs with sonants, but we will not discuss them. Thus, our research based on the Abkhaz national corpus has revealed that the most common vowel is A in all positions. In Anlaut and Auslaut, the second place is taken by U, but in Anlaut it's E. Like the phoneme A, the cluster A to A leads in all positions. Other clusters containing identical phonemes are rare and are found only in interjections, compounds, onomatopoetic words, or borrowings. Abkhaz doesn't have vowel clusters containing three or more identical phonemes, except for a couple of interjections or onomatopoetic words. A few other cases found in the corpus should be considered as spelling mistakes. The vowel cluster containing non-identical members found in the Abkhaz words is Ae, while other clusters are attested only in Russian borrowing. It's my references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation, interesting presentation. Okay, so now questions, please.
May I again?
Yes, please. Yes, of course. You're very welcome.
Yes, this was of course very important that you study Abkhaz. I would, I wanted just to ask you if you are acquainted with the with the book about, it is called, as I think, Abkhaz language by Inga Shaduri. She was teaching Abkhaz in the department of structural and applied linguistics at the Tbilisi University for many years, and the book was published and was very, very much praised. So I think really that this is, of course, you know, maybe better, more, I don't know, but this book was really, it is written in Russian, and it is it should be very interesting to you. I think so. But your presentation was really very, very interesting and important.
Thank you very much, dear
Thank you.
Mrs. Nana.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, more questions, please? Badon Revas, please. The microphone is closed. Please open your microphone, please. Switch on, please. Yes.
Which one?
Okay, now?
Okay. Now
Mine.
It's interesting. In Abkhaz, in Basque also, we have allocative form. In Basque, there is not genus. But for two persons, they are allocative forms, like in Abkhaz, wara, bara. Two persons, they have very similarity. In Georgian, Rasambov Katso, Rasambov Kalo, such variants. In Abkhaz, the difference for genus, wara, bara, they go, it's not mixed forms. But in Basque, I think it's old form. It's allocative forms, called allocative.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Rezo. I didn't know about Basque.
Thank you very much.
Do you have questions?
Yes, please.
I would like to say Nadia is working on the Abkhazian and Abkhazian languages, and she is very productive. And by the way, she speaks in both languages. She is fluent in Laz and Turkey also. This is a very important segment because being in Turkey, she has a good connection with Abkhazian Muhajirs and has a big material about not only Abkhazian languages. And this presentation also was very successful because the material comes from Abkhaz resources. But I would like to see your work, Nadia, your PhD, for what I am waiting for many times.
Yeah.
And please promise me do it immediately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diomerav. Diomerav Chukla is my supervisor, and I'm waiting to my PhD too as well. And I hope I will finish it soon.
You have to promise, Professor Chukla, that you
much.
will do it very soon.
Mr. Vakhtang, and all our conferences, she will do her best in this direction. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks so much. This is very what I can add. I'm an archaeologist, so but it is extremely interesting, all those speeches. But now what we are talking about, Nadia's presentation, this is really very important, as it was mentioned by Professor Chukla, because having not only a pure scientific meaning for us, for Georgians, but more high national meaning. So you have to think about, you have to remember this one, okay? Important.
Thank you very much again to all of you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So our last speech was, let's say, it was Professor Zurab Chumburidze's presentation about swan top skin and tap peel skin bark, but unfortunately he's not in us. I saw that Professor Tamar Chumburidze joined, and I can't see her now, just a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Can you listen, please? Can you hear me, Professor Chumburidze?
Sorry, my English is. Sorry, I greet you. My English is not so nice, and it's difficult for me to read about Swan language. I asked Professor Olga to help me, and if it is possible?
Yes, of course. But she sent me, let's say just now, information. He asked to read the, let's say, summary of Professor Zurab's presentation, which was published. Only short summary, let's say, Basque and the Ibero-Caucasian numerals from a comparative perspective. Do you mean this one, Professor Chimburidze? To read this one, or what do you mean? We can apply to Professor Holbaya again, if you like.
Yes, it's better to ask Professor Holbaya. I sent a small summary, and he will read it.
He will read it. Okay, in this case, I would like to invite, I will write to him if he's not here with us, but I think he's listening us, so he can join easy.
ვაიმე კაპატონმანა ძალიან დიდი ბოდიში თქვენთვის მინდოდა მეთხოვა მაგრამ მე დათოს გავგზავნე და დასახობთ ეს ძალიან სპონტანურად ბოდიშს ვიხდით ვერ შეძლო მამამ რა თქმა უნდა მაგრამ მინდოდა რომ ბატონ დავითს წაეკითხა მოკლე რაღაცა შეჯამებასავით და მისალმებოდა sorry
Okay, so one moment, please. I have to open it. Yes. But this is in Georgia, as far as all of us, we are Georgians, and Radoslav can understand.
ქალბატონო, ძალიან დიდი ბოდიში თქვენ ხომ ვერ წაიკითხავდით? აი, ბატონო ვახტანგ, თუ ჩაუგდებთ ჩეტში ქალბატონ ნანას, უბრალოდ მისალმების სიტყვებია რამდენიმე, უნდოდა რომ მისალმებოდა კონფერენციას.
აი მე მაქვს და მე მოვახერხებ ქართულად ამის საკითხს.
დიდი მადლობა, მაშინ თქვენ გიხდით დიდ მადლობას ბატონო ვახტანგ.
With your permission, I would like to read it. მინდა მოგესალმოთ მე-17 ქართველოლოგიური კონფერენციის მონაწილეებს და გამოვხატოთ ჩემი სიხარული, რომ ამ პანდემიის პირობებში მაინც მოხერხდა ჩატარება ამ მნიშვნელოვანი და საინტერესო კონფერენციისა, რომელიც ეძღვნება ქართული საენათო მეცნიერო სკოლის ფუძემდებელს აკაკი შანიძესა და ცნობილ ქართველოლოგსა და ბასკოლოგს პოლონელ მეცნიერს იან ბრაუნს. ბატონი აკაკი ჩემი მასწავლებელი იყო, ჩემი როგორც მაგისტრანტის და დოქტორანტის ხელმძღვანელი, შემდეგი წლების განმავლობაში მე ძველი ქართული ენის კათედრის წევრი ვიყავი, რომელსაც ბატონი აკაკი ხელმძღვანელობდა. მე ბედნიერად მიმაჩნია, რომ ჩემი ცხოვრების ბედნიერებად მიმაჩნია, რომ ჩემი ცხოვრების დიდი ნაწილი ამ დიდი მეცნიერის გვერდით გავატარე. ასპირანტობისას მან გამაცნო ბრაუნი, რომელსაც ბატონი აკაკის შემოთავაზებით უნდა დავხმარებოდი ქართულის შესწავლაში. ჩვენ სტუდქალაქში ერთად ცხოვრობდით, ძალიან დავმეგობრდით და ერთად მოვიარეთ სვანეთი და საქართველოს სხვადასხვა კუთხეები. მე ვიყავი მისი დისერტაციების ოპონენტი, მისი წიგნის ქართულ ენაზე მთარგმნელი და მისი მასპინძელი საქართველოში ყოველი ჩამოსვლისას. ყოველივე ამის გამო მეტად სასიამოვნოა ჩემთვის ამ კონფერენციაში მონაწილეობა და ვთხოვ სესიის ხელმძღვანელს გაგაცნოთ ჩემი მოხსენების დასკვნითი ნაწილი, გისურვებთ შემოქმედებით წარმატებებს. ეს გახლავთ ბატონი ზურაბის მისალმება. აქვე არის, მე უნდა შევასრულო ბატონი ზურაბის თხოვნა, როგორც გითხარით, ერთი წამით. ის გულისხმობს მისი პრეზენტაციის და გავხსნა. მისი პრეზენტაციის ერთ ნაწილს რო ჭირდება უკაცრავად, რომ ეს ტელეფონში გაიხსნას.
იყოს ბატონო ვახტანგ, ალბათ ძნელი არის ახლა. არ ღირს ასე ბოლო მოხსენება იყო და
არა უშავთ და მე ბოდიშ ვიხდი ერთი არა როგორ გეკადრებათ ხავდან თამარ მე ვეცდები რომ წავიკითხო მაშ ეს გახლავთ Basque and Ibero-Caucasian numerals from comparative perspective. The aim of the present paper is analysis of internal structure and origin of Basque numerals. Basque is generally regarded as one of isolated languages because it is not genetically related to any other known language of the world. Due to this reason, etymological studies on this language have so far been concentrated on internal phonetic development from Old Basque to contemporary language, dialectal variation and origin of loanwords without taking into consideration external connections. It is the case of new Basque etymological dictionary by Trask. However, such a position has not been accepted by all linguistics. Theory of possible relationship between Basque and contemporary Ibero-Caucasian languages was extensively investigated by Georgian scientists like Chotadzizi Guri or, in more recent times, Mikhail Kurdiani. Polish Caucasologist Jan Braun also greatly contributed to support the conception of Basque Ibero-Caucasian, especially Kartvelian, genetic relationship. Kurdiani and Braun laid foundation for historical comparative studies on Basque etymology. See, numerals belong to basic vocabulary and therefore studies on their etymology may be paramount importance for etymological research in general and establishing of possible genetic affiliation of investigated languages. Այս գախլավ բոլոնացիլի կավատոնու թամար մեմ գոնիես იყო այրած մովիդա չեմտան Dirimadloba Baton Zurab, many thanks to Professor Zurab Chumpuridze. And yes, please, Kavatono Tamar, you are very welcome to give a comment.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, yes, please.
No.
Professor Chanturi or Professor Chuhua or Professor Kwashilava, Professor Shengelaia again, if you like to add some comments, you are very welcome. Okay, this was our last presentation, so it was really very interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not a specialist, I'm not linguist, just only archaeologist. So, but for me, this was extremely interesting, all speeches, and I was thinking maybe that this is a good idea, if you think so, that we can speak shortly now about the perspectives, how you see the development of those investigations, the backgrounds and the new additional things, if it exists, and I think it exists really, the new approaches. May I ask Professor Chuhua your opinion about these perspectives of Basque Iberian Caucasian investigations? What can be done in addition?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vakhtang. Thank you to all. Of course, this is topical for us, but we have now a very difficult situation because the specialists of Basque language are not in Georgia. It was a very good opportunity having in Tbilisi State University a segment of Basque language near the Institute of Georgian Kartvelian languages. But now in our university civilizations as a main part of our learning and studying program. I think we must to coordinate all our efforts with Spain government and Spain ambassador in Tbilisi. It is important to discuss this question on the level of state relation, Georgia and Spain. Without it, we will be not able to have any achievement because without specialists of both language groups, Basque and Caucasian languages, it is impossible. One of them was Mr. Rezo.
Your voice, please. Your voice, please. But no.
Please speak, Mr. Mero.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Thank you. It was very good for us being Mr. Rezo in Tbilisi. He was a specialist of Kartvelian, Abkhazian, Basque languages, and also fluent in Spain language, in French, Russian, English, and Georgian languages. It was good opportunity, but Mr. Rezo does not belong to us. He is working at Malmo University. But inviting Mr. Rezo to Tbilisi, I think he will with pleasure working with us, because in last our resources we must activate only with Mr. Rezo and other specialists in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I have one thing with the discuss and my position with Mr. Gia Kwashilava, Atonu Gia. You know, my name is Chanturia. Chanturia, you know, Immigrant tour is a marker of a location. I tribe from Chan. My family is not Dze, Ivanishvili, Petriashvili, so Chan Turia, Tur in Megrelian, a Geje Turi, Megrelian. Location, position, location. Chan Turia. One similarity with the name Ibaruri. In Basque, Ibai is a riva. Ibar Uri, Basque and Kartvelian is same meaning. Ibai Ruri is a tribe who is living near water in Colchian. And Basque element of water is very important, water. And Inguri, Enguri, Megreli, one root, Egrisi. We say Ingirelepi Woret, Ingirelepi. The people near water. In Colchian also, Basque and Colchian was good seamen. And the hypothesis about contact from part of Georgian, Colchian, West Georgian tribes from the sea, Black Sea to Europe is not problem. If Columbus, there is theory about Vikinger come to North America. Why don't Colchian come to Europe from Colchian? You know, all the Greek sources, Greek colonist was here, Pythius, Pitsunda, Parsis, and other old sources. I think is an idea very sound, how sound the ground, because we have many opponents, so denies this hypothesis. But I will ask, okay, study Caucasian languages, as did Jan Braun, René Lafon, Vogt. I think is a very serious scientist who supported our position. And I think what you say, Padonagia, the son, if you deeply coming to historical relations and proto-Basque, as you know, Basque also say, we are first non-Indo-European people in Spain, in territorial Spain and Iberian Peninsula.
Thank you very much, Professor Chanturia. In the Bronze Age, many regions of the Asia Minor, the whole of the Peloponnese or Pelasgia, the Crete, Aegean Islands, the Apennine Peninsula, were inhabited by Pelasgians. See this Homer, Hellenicus, Mytilene, and others. It's the correctness, my decipherment of linear A inscriptions in the common Kartvelian is verified by the analysis of linguistics material, toponyms, ethnonyms, anthroponyms, and theonyms. The study of graphical quality of LA and the other signs of related scripts. And the text, the LA inscriptions are mostly agriculture accounts with anthroponyms. Agriculture produce cereals and domestic animals, and signs denoting natural numbers and fractions, and many studies. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. You have a very good archaeological background of this, as you know, because from the very beginning of second millennium BC, it's very clear that interrelation between the ancient Georgia and the Aegean world. So we have a lot of proof of this via the Anatolian region, of course. Okay, so yes, please.
Excuse me. You know, Nicomar first visited Basquian and wrote article from Pyrenean Guria, It's a similarities he found in Basque village. It's very interesting. Surprised him, and he wrote. You know, Nicomar is well-known linguist, philologist, and his argument very interesting.
Thank you very much. The Professor Shengelaia Kalvatononana, I ask you to tell us something about your opinion of this problem. Microphone, please. You have to switch on your microphone. Kalvatonan, microphone, please.
I have forgotten it. Well, so many things are said, but about Basques, I'm just not the professional in this, and so I might say what is not adequate. But as I know the old history, the ancient history of Georgia, of Kartvel tribes, that were, according to Javakhishvili, in Asia Minor, East Asia Minor, and east banks of Tigris, they were there, Kartvels. but when there were some aggressive attacks, and yes, of course, on Crete and the territory of Greece, everywhere. And when the attacks, aggressive attacks were, the military attacks were there, it was, the people, because of this military aggression, and also there were eruptions which destroyed many things, destroyed Santorini, which was a wonderful sample of the culture. And many people, knowing before, many people flew out from these places. And I think they were very good in the sea. And I think that, of course, they went to west now for them and also to east. I mean, maybe this migration was also to the territory of today's Spain. And in Italy, of course, from Troia, they flew to Italy, North Africa, and to Spain too. And maybe they began to live there, and it might be so that this was the basic thing that made these linguistic affiliations. So I think so. I don't know. I think maybe it is not quite right, but somehow. What do you think?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to ask Natia, maybe you want to add something, and then with your permission, I will add something also.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was interesting to me, but Mr. Merab wants to say something.
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Vakhtang, you are a famous archaeologist, not only our region, but in European issues. And I would like to discuss with you, I will say my opinion from the ground of linguistics. I think the migration processes are, of course, important, but I don't think Baskians came or went from anywhere. I think Baskians were living there, and they are autochthonous, indigenous population of the west part of Europe.
Yes.
And the linguistic cluster from Baskian to Caucasus were inhabited with population, pre-Indo-European population, with non-Indo-European languages. We see Baskian, then old Iberian languages of Europe, which are related, Baskian and European Iberian languages, now dead languages. And then comes Etruscan language, then Pelasgian language, and then Kartvelian languages with Hattian, pre-Indo-European Hattian, non-Nesitian Hatt. And after them, Kartvelian, Abkhaz-Adigian, and all other Caucasia. I think this was one region from the ocean via Europe of South, including Italy, Greece, Albanian territory, via Europe until to
Spain too.
It is a territory of Paleo-Caucasian civilizations and all peoples, and peoples of all civilizations in this region. Because of this thing, it is not a fact of migration processes. It is the fact of prehistory. And this island with Basque, Sardinian was language.
Yes, of course.
But they are until now keeping the ethnography
Yes.
and song, polyphonia, without Sardinian language. But ethnically, they are very near related to Basquian and other Ibero-Caucasian peoples, but without language. And what do you say, what you can say from the point of view as an archaeologist of the region and Europe? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Kartvelian or the Iberians were indigenous population there. So I understand that maybe this is right, because this is in Spain, in Italy, even in England, British Islands, they say that they were there.
Yes, okay. This is yes, please, Vadonorevas. Yes.
One thing,
Yes.
also more, but very interesting. The Ukrainian professor Ivane studied detailed Basque culture. You know one detail. You know Georgian one culture and Basque also culture. And one Basque said him, Ivane asked, what wind? What name is wind? Or Basque said, Chakolin. Or he can, little Georgians are Chakolili as a wine, Chakolin, or Chakolili. There's some root, wine culture. The interesting is old culture. Wine culture, I think, very, I don't know how you are archaeologists, and wine culture is very old. 8,000 before Christ, 8,000 years ago.
Yes, so this is
wine culture.
rather complicated.
Archaeologists to answer the question.
Archaeologically, it's very complicated to follow, let's say, from the Caucasian to Pyrenean Peninsula, all the cultures existing during rather long time. So this is subject of special investigation, but what I can tell that they were keeping this kind of interrelation, because probably this is rather unexpected, but we have on the territory of Caucasia Villanova culture coming from northern Italy in the second millennium BC. And it appears on the territory of Caucasia. We have Central European axis in Raja, in Georgia, for example, Celt, which is very well known, and you can see hundreds of such type of axis in South Germany, for example, and south of the German territories, etc. So there are some archaeological evidences of. Also, I can mention some pottery from Bulgaria also, similar that I was talking about from Spain, but 8th, 7th century BC, with the same fabric, black fabric pottery, and with absolute morphologically absolutely the same. So when we are talking about the Bascology, and I think Professor Chukwa was talking about the possibility to establish some special group of Bascology, I am more than sure that it will be totally supported by university. For me, this is very clear. And in this case, maybe as an archaeologist, maybe it will be reasonable, and it will be a good idea to start investigation archaeologically, to follow linguistical data archaeologically, to try to find the archaeological background evidences of this linguistical interrelation you are talking about. Because this was not done, as you know very well, and this is, let's say, special thing we have to do. And maybe we will have another material evidences of this interrelation you have linguistically already established. So this is my viewpoint now, what I can tell you now. But the most important is, as you are talking, all of you, that to establish a special center for Bascology. Yes, of course. And we can apply with this to our university, and it will be totally supported, I know this. If you like this idea, Professor Chuhua, Professor Shengelaia, Professor Chanturia, Professor Koshilava, future Professor Poniava, it was very nice. And Professor Tamachumburida, thank you very much joining us. And now we have again break. Then we will meet again at 5 o'clock Tbilisi time. Okay?
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
See you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
again.
At 5.
At 5, yes, according to the program. According to the program, we have to meet at 5. 3 Polish time.
See you.
Yes, see you.
See you at
Thank
5.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
There, yes.
Okay, very nice to see you,
I'm
Professor. Nice to
not
see
too
you.
late, still not too late.
No, it's okay. We have 2 more minutes, so it's okay. Everything is okay.
Manana Takari.
Ja też
To
będę
nie
oglądał.
ma na Zakari. Lensacja mam no.
So should I start or it will be started?
We have 1 more minute. We have to wait 1 minute. Wait 1
Sure,
minute, please.
sure, yes,
Okay, then we can start.
A minute.
Just minute. 1 minute.
Yes, okay.
Telephonis number.
Okay, now,
yes,
first of
we
all,
begin.
again, you are very welcome. We have to start our evening session. As far as Professor Konstantin Lerner from Hebrew University of Jerusalem is not here, not with us, he can join us. So, with your permission, I would like to continue to lead the conference, if you agree.
Yes.
Okay, so what I would like, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But what I would like to tell you that we have some changes in our program. We have to, as far as I have to do, let's say my work, we decided to move my presentation to the end of our meeting today, and then now we can continue, if it's okay for you, if you agree. In this case, I have a pleasure to invite for the first speaker of evening session, Professor Piotr Baracha, Department of Ancient Near Eastern Studies, Faculty of Oriental Studies, University of Warsaw. Subject of presentation is Hattic, if I'm proposing correctly, as a Northwest Caucasian language. Reassessment. Please, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm a Hittitologist, as perhaps some of you know already from my yesterday speech. But Hattian, there are 2 different forms in English, at least, to speak about this language, extinct language of ancient Anatolia from the 2nd millennium BCE. It is really a puzzle, I would say, what concerns the real place of this language among other languages of not only of the ancient Near East, but generally among languages of the region. As said, I'm Hittitologist. I'm concerned in my research on different, or focused on different topics concerning many issues which are typical Hittitology, connected with Hittitology. That means the history of Anatolia, 2nd millennium Anatolia. I'm a historian of religion, first of all. But it is already somehow connected with my interest in Hattian, in Hattic, because the religion of Hittite Anatolia was very strongly influenced by Hattian traditions, and especially the divine names of the time are, I would say, mostly Hattian. Of course, after that appear with time and with appearance of the new dynasty in 14th century, there are also gods imported from other parts of the ancient Near East, but local indigenous deities of Anatolia of the time, this north-central Anatolia, in fact, because we are in this in this part of the country are Hattian, if we can interpret their names, or epithets, because in fact most of them are epithets, unfortunately not always understood for us. But turning back to the language, it is really very poorly attested. There are no more, there are about 360 texts or fragments of texts. And what is worse, there are groups of texts very similar, or even copies or duplicates, concerning mostly magic. I mean, this most interesting group of texts in Hattian are so-called foundation rituals connected with the foundation of the new temple or the palace. For sure, they are harking back to the very remote past of Anatolia, to prehistory. But what we have, these are compositions which can be dated to the 15th, 16th century BCE. That shows already what is the problem with the topic if we would like to look for any cognates of this language. First, no sources, or very few sources, as said, 360 texts. Among them, only 15 so-called bilinguals. And these are, in fact, the main basis for study, because these are texts where the Hattian text corresponds to its Hittite, but I wouldn't say translation, it's more adaptation. The problem is that the structure of both languages is very different. Hittite, as you know, is Indo-European language, one of these also extinct representatives of the so-called Anatolian group of Indo-European languages, but it is in its structure quite similar, even if archaic, very archaic, but quite similar in its structure, in its syntax to other Indo-European languages. Hattian is entirely different, and there are many publications on this language, mostly based on these bilinguals, which are a starting point in the study. After that, we have also one language text, mostly incantations. They were probably core incantations. It is very interesting in this cultic tradition of Hattians that they had such chores, mostly of girls, but not only, also young men took part in this core incantations. But unfortunately, as said, they are only in Hattian. So it is quite difficult to understand them. We can recognize after their structure and the way, for instance, how words are repeated, that they have the form of the song with refrain and incantations devoted to deities. We can recognize the main deities these songs are dedicated to, but after that we cannot discern anymore. That means not too much of, I think, hymnic structure somehow of these songs. So we have to rely on bilinguals, and as said, they are mostly of very similar contents. That means they are these foundation rituals. We can understand about 200 words of Hattian, and they are recognized about 300 words. Of course, there's a question of what does it mean word in Hattian. It is what has been done till now. Bibliography is quite large. We can be surprised about it because concerning this poor state of sources. But we can say for certain, after hitherto research, that Hattian has this polymorphic and polypersonal structure of the verb. Of course, it is disputable what each element, each packer, as we call it sometimes in English, means. There are, I think, elements showing the position concerning to the elements included then into the sentence, so to the subject, to the object, and so on, but also spatial and temporal relations, which is, I think, quite complicated if we have no broader material to say for certain if they are really, but some of them are already recognized. For instance, ta is for sure in, or ka is, for instance, somehow up, and so on. But others are already disputable, said. It is also disputable concerning the structure. It is main issue, or a crucial issue, or key issue. I have also studied it quite a long time ago. My papers on Hattin are from the 80s of the last of the 20th century. I understood at that time already, I was quite young at that time, but I understood very well that the question of ergativity, that means if we have to do with the an ergative language, or with the language based on this nominative accusative structure, and after that with this, if we have any forms which are basic for Indo-European syntax. In fact, quite many was done by Soviet scholars at that time, Drewnowska and others, especially Drewnowska, who recognized, but also Diakonov, of course, but Drewnowska recognized the structure or the way how this prefixal, it is crucial for the structure of this polymorphic verb in Hattian, that it is based on prefixal structure, not suffixal as Kartvelian languages. So in fact, it was pointed out quite early. I mean here, bad work by Mesaros from 1920s, but he pointed out relation to Ubykh language, but his way of working, his workshop was very poor. And in fact, for years, he met with skepticism, especially by Western scholars, by Germans who are very cautious on this point. That means they always look for this real linguistic way of reasoning. But after that appeared scholars, among them also native speakers of Abkhaz, Ardzinba, and after that much younger, but very promising scholar. You know, he disappeared after writing his doctoral thesis, his common West Caucasian, his book on this common West Caucasian language. Chirigba. So they understood very well such structures of languages. And as said, I've started to speak about Dunajewska. She could recognize at least 8 positions for prefixal positions, starting from this elements pointing to temporal and spatial relations, and ending with puckers showing persons or elements. There were also studies which stopped Hattian studies in this direction. I mean here very prominent linguists and Hittitologists as Professor Kamenhuber, who described or tried to describe Hattian in Indo-European terms. And of course, it couldn't be successful. She looked for cases, for instance. She wanted to have dative, to have accusative, and she pointed to groups of prefixal elements in verbal structure as showing to in her opinion, to the case. It is, of course, not this way. In fact, Hattian has only one ending, suffix, n, which is like in Ubykh. So this is right, what Meszaros saw, this similarity, and which is for all obliqual cases. Of course, normal way, the subject is in this absolutive form and without any ending. So many elements pointed out to ergativity, but not in this. There are different types of ergativity. We know it very well. And this is surely not ergativity based on regular and special endings. So this is ergativity more like in this Northwest Caucasian languages like Abkhaz or Abyssinian or Adige. That means based on this elements pointing in this polymorphic form of verb to the position, but it is much more complicated, and I think a very important study was published 2008, and after that 2010, 2 papers by Frida Godege-Böhre, who after thorough analysis of all verbal forms which could be recognized, stated that it is in fact the language, still the stative language, with ergative elements. That means, in other words, a stative language developing into in the direction of ergativity. This could be the case, in fact, if we take into account that Hattian is attested in the mid-second millennium BCE. That is also a very important statement for the future, potential future research. Of course, without new texts, without new attestations, we cannot go any further. There are some expectations concerning digital analysis of one language texts, these choral incantations, which could show some, it is hoped at least by some colleagues, that it will be fruitful somehow. But I'm skeptic. It is in fact, as it was said already in 2012 by a very promising and at that time very young scholar, Zsolt Simon, a Hungarian scholar, a very good linguist who is now quite far away from Hattian studies, but he's interested in Anatolian group of languages, very active. And his statement is crucial, is I think, it is in German, because his PhD thesis was written in German, but in free translation it would be like that he agrees that the hypothesis of the connection with Northwest Caucasian languages, connection of Hattian, or relation of Hattian to this group or family of languages. It depends how we interpret Caucasian languages generally. But first of all, we need two elements which are missing. First, we have to have morphological reconstruction of the proto-language, of the proto-Northwest Caucasian language. That means that needs, on the Caucasian side, that needs historical linguistic studies. It is very difficult if we look at this chronological gap of more than 3,000 years, because in such a gap, concerning such a gap, in fact, we cannot apply methods of glottochronology or other which were developed by some linguists. The gap is too large chronological, simply. But I think that it's still possible to make a research, internal research on Caucasian languages as such. That means looking for this structure of proto-language, especially in light of what has been said by Godeggeböre, that this proto-language could be stative, and it developed after that into ergative languages. That also, on the other side, we need much better description of Hattian and much better understanding of that what is preserved. It is still possible to recognize more of this language. Much has been done. I can show you here on the screen cover of a book, which is about 1,000 pages, by Oğuz Soysal, who is now, I think, at least in his own opinion, the best specialist among Hittitologists in Hattian. That is, in German is Hattischer Wortschatz in hethitischer Textüberlieferung. That means Hittite lexical material in Hattian lexical material in Hittite texts or in Hittite textual material. This is really a very important work because he recognized many words which he could extract it not only from text written in Hattian, but also, as said, also he analyzed the divine names of Hattian origin. But his conclusions are not so obvious as his analytical work. That means his, I would say, vision of Hattian grammar, well, I don't agree with it. I've written some time ago, together with Professor Jan Braun, to whose memory this conference is devoted. And I'm afraid it is the only review of this book. We can interpret many elements, word elements and words as such differently than it has been done by Soysal. Anyway, it is a basis, and we can look again at this material and find sometimes, in my opinion, better solutions in description of Hattian, especially starting from this already mentioned papers by Goddegebeur. In fact, how we can interpret the position of Hattian among Northwest Caucasian languages if we agree that, I agree with Soviet scholars who were all convinced that it is Caucasian language after its structure, but it is not so easy concerning this chronological gap, as said. I've compared it in my article, which already appeared. I have compared the situation to the situation which is between Basque and Aquitanian. There we have also a gap, not so large as it is between Hattian and Caucasian languages, but also 2,000 years. And we cannot be sure. And in the case of Hattian, if we look also at the geographic situation, it is quite possible that Hattian belongs to a different branch of these Northwest Caucasian languages than Northwest languages of today. And this makes our study the more difficult. That is, if we would have, I don't know, one Illyrian language and a Celtic language, and we would like to find elements connected them, they are quite apart. They develop differently. They are surely at different stages of development, which is understandable. Of course, development in case of languages goes on differently, sometimes quicker, sometimes takes more time. Caucasian languages are very stable and traditional, but anyway, they changed. We can see it also after papers which were published in this book before conference, for instance, development of the vowel system in Abkhaz. That means that, and I think it was like that. This system was much more reduced and much poorer than it became in the last several hundred years. That means that we must be very careful with each study in this direction, but it doesn't mean that we should give up, that we should say it is isolate, it is an isolate and we have no chance to say what is its position. The whole context of the Near East shows that this dispersal of Caucasian languages, all of them, that means both northwestern in this western direction as Hattians or Hurrian together with Urartian, we know now different languages, even if cognate, from more northeastern group, if we agree with Diakonov. But for sure, Caucasian people lived in much broader territory than today. So, in fact, I don't really believe in isolate languages. They became isolate historically and with time when other disappeared. Albanian, the last Illyrian language, or the last language of Tersenian group, Etruscan, which was studied by Professor Braun as well. Etruscan with Lemnian, which are different languages, but now this Stela of Lemnos is read in fact by Professor Eichner, and in fact it is quite acceptable what he has read of it and understood of the language. So it is a different language than Etruscan. So this Tersenian group is also now represented by only 2 representatives, but for sure it was much broader. So it is the same situation, and let us leave this at this point. I just wanted to say that we should. I observed that the study in this direction was heated by many scholars, or we have no new generation which could continue or would continue this study. So that's a pity. They should each 20 years, in fact, we should reanalyze, revisit our sources, our materials, and I think new generations can bring new ideas and push our knowledge further. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very interesting speech. Any questions, please? Professor Shengelaia, I hope you have few questions to Professor Darasha. Yes, we are listening.
Yes. This is where I can't talk or say anything, neither positive nor negative, because I don't know I don't want to know the material. Although this is like a charm, always I come to the problem, but I have never had the time and the possibility to, and then I'm old, and you and we need really the new younger people. But this is, can it be, may it be the language, it can't be a language quite isolated and quite alone. I don't think so. Can it be? And so I think that maybe the finding of some relationships with something like it, this may help. This is one thing. And then I think that the region itself, I mean geographical region, was never peaceful. And when you say that you have 360 texts only, they were reading and writing, and maybe a lot of this material was lost. Is there any chance of digging out something or finding something out? Because as I hear, this is a very important material, important for maybe the history of the general history of languages and culture. And is it only the texts that you are judging this, or are there any archaeology that are parallel to some other neighboring places? I don't know. I beg your pardon for this.
Yes, I try to say a few words on this all questions. I see here at least 3 issues. I start from the end, that means archaeology. I'm afraid that archaeology cannot in fact answer to ethnical problems. I've written several years ago a paper on approaches to Mycenaean Hittite contacts, and I tried in this paper to show that archaeology and philology answer to different questions. That means we should put them together, or I mean at the sources or the materials to make a homogeneous system. At least we should try to do this. But we have to accept that archaeology cannot answer to the question which people were responsible for any achievements or material culture or pottery and so on. Even with pottery, which seems to be, as in this case, Mycenaean in Western Europe, in Western Anatolia, it showed that it was produced locally by local population. They accepted these forms simply. So it is very difficult. We also cannot for sure, for example, say who was founder of this earliest city-states of Anatolia, Central Anatolia. I mean, first of all, Al-Arjahuk, which is probably Arina, the sacred city of the Hittites also. But we don't know who was responsible. This pantheon based on this sun goddess is really a puzzle. That is, I think, enough to archaeology and philology. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say that something is Hattian in archaeological terms. On the other hand, there are 2 issues concerning texts. In fact, there were new excavations, or there are new excavations since 1990s. There have been excavated, or there has been excavated a new site in Hittite Shapinuva, near modern village Orthodox, about 60 kilometers northeastwards of Hattusa, the capital of the Hittites. And there were found some Hattian texts, but unfortunately, they turned out to be of the same content or similar content to those we knew already from the capital. So we had no luck, I would say, or that the new site didn't bring any additional materials. Only they differ in some parts or some particular statements, but not too much to bring us any further in our research on the language. So unfortunately, I wouldn't expect, in fact, other texts written in Hattian entirely different in their content from those which we already know. And it would be very important if you'd like to go any further. On the other hand, the answer is connected with the last issue, namely you said that they wrote. It is not sure that the Hattians wrote these texts. In fact, these texts are so full of mistakes, so full of discrepancies. Apart from that, the cuneiform cannot reflect this very rich phonological system of Caucasian language. But after that, we have simply mistakes. That means the scribes who wrote it probably couldn't speak properly Hattian. They were probably Hittite scribes who, for liturgical reasons, wrote down some texts which were connected with these magical rituals, as said, harking back to the remote past, if they had to found a new palace or temple. So it is more connected that these texts are preserved. It is more connected with the fact that religion and such cultic traditions are very stable. They remain without any change. But it is very difficult to say how long people really spoke Hattian in Anatolia. In my opinion, it was longer than in opinion of other colleagues. It was not like that in older Hittite period, Hattian was already extinct. It is possible that some people at least, and even later, some people in the village, so on, they could speak Hattian. And it is the more complicated even. There are attestations of dialects. We know, for instance, that in the region of the mountain called Takurga, there was a special dialect. The choir is singing in the dialect of the mountain of Takurga. We don't know these languages. These were the dialects, somehow the dialect of this large Hattian. so it is much more complicated. I'm afraid we cannot expect too much from future research.
Yes,
okay, thank you very much. Yes, please. Yes,
thank you very much. But you know, may I add some words?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. For example, these you certainly know about Minoan languages, Minoan inscriptions, and they couldn't be, only linear B was deciphered. because it was in Old Greek, and but it was great luck because the signs were taken directly from linear A script, and the same phoneme structure of this linear B and linear A. Well, linear B was Old Greek, ancient Greek, and linear A, they couldn't tell what it is, and it appeared to be ancient Kartvelian. And this was great luck. And so maybe something like that happens.
Maybe, well, this is already another discussion. Linear B is for sure. Ventris was lucky. He used also other methods. Linear A is still not so easy to understand, and I wouldn't say that we have recognized already the language, even if I have colleagues, now he died 2 months ago, but he wrote 2 volumes, Wouthuizen and Linear A. It was interpreted in all languages of the region, starting from Semitic through Indo-European and so on and so on. So it is much more complicated. Really, with Linear, also Luvian, so this Anatolian group. So it is much more complicated, and I think we need some other materials. The problem with Linear A is also that it is of the standard form and not too much in these inscriptions, not so differentiated as it was in the Linear B case. But that's not the only reason. Anyway, it is another discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was a rather interesting discussion. Yes, in addition of your
it was very good
speech.
to listen to you. Interesting. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What I would like to add about archaeology, when you have imitation of Mycenaean pottery in Anatolia, it means always it was result of communication. Without communication does not exist imitation. This is
that's true. Communication is sure, but not always. If we have similar objects, it doesn't mean that we have ethnic presence or the presence of people who were inventors of this kind of object.
Exactly, but it's always indication of communication. Yes.
Yes, influence, acculturation. Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we have. It was my let's say speech, but now I would like to invite you, and this is my pleasure, Nino Samsonia and Giuli Javakhishvili, Department of Oriental Studies, Tbilisi State University. The subject of presentation is Ancient Roots of Kartvelian and Southern Mesopotamian Lexical Units. Please, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to share the presentation if it's possible.
Something not necessary.
I hope now it works, right?
Now it's okay. You know, it's coming from your microphone.
So,
you have to switch on it later, okay?
Yeah, I will do it. So I would like to share my presentation. If it works, can you see the screen? Okay.
You know, you can speak now. We can listen you. But so now it works. No, okay, you can speak, please.
We're within the one place, so yeah. I would like to solve this technical problem. Is my presentation visible for you, or?
Yes, we can see it.
but it was previously. I cannot.
This is third one. We are showing third slide.
Yeah, but in this case, something goes wrong because I cannot technically. So now, can you see?
Wait, one moment. Yes, we can see, but it's second.
Yeah, good. So I will share the presentation. I cannot see you, but I hope I can just speak and then.
Okay.
You can follow my presentation. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your attention in advance. I would like to discuss with my colleague and friend Nina Samsonia some ancient roots and matches between Kartvelian languages and southern Mesopotamian lexical units. So the aim of, we would like to discuss first of all the historical, to show the historical overview of the problems, then discuss first Kartvelian data and after all the Sumerian data to make some, to outline some matches and to present main conclusions. Here is, on this slide you can see on the one side the cuneiform which is connected to Engur, which shows the form Engur on the right side, the iconic sample of iconography concerning connected to the Engur and the god Enki.
Excuse me, Julie. This is first slide on our screen, only the number one. You have to change it.
What should I do?
Now it's third one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. So maybe I will leave the presentation in this way and you can follow our slides if this is okay.
It's okay now. It says fourth, so it's okay now. You can continue, please. Yes.
Thank you, Patron Vakhtang, that you are helping me, guiding me in this case because I cannot see the screen. I don't know. So here is what is the aim of our study is to kind of show the ancient roots, how these ancient roots are common for Kartvelian, Proto-Kartvelian and Southern Mesopotamian languages, and we would like to just briefly show the semantic connections, phonetic features, and also the etymological connections of these forms. And we would like to present a discussion about the following roots. This is hydronym Engur, which is similar for Kartvelian and Sumerian languages, and you can see on the slide that in Sumerian it means kind of an underground cosmic water, and it's connected to the symbolic and Sumerian mythology. On the other side, there's another common root between Kartvelian and Sumerian languages, so-called Ankara, which in Georgian contains the meaning the fresh water and little snake, and in Sumerian it has the meaning of the warrior weapon of the gods, and also this Supsa hydronym, which is also in this the focus languages are revealed and connected to the meaning of the word. So you can see that all those topics are connected to the meaning of the water. The research is based on the theoretical overview, kind of contains an attempt of comparative analysis, and of course it's kind of a preliminary research. In terms of historical overview, I just would like to show you the chronology and dates which are connected to both Kartvelian language family and the Sumerian languages, and so this everything is focused on the 4th millennia BC. You can see here this Uruk-Bark archaeological level, which represents 3,500 years BC, and it is well known how this Kartvelian language family was divided, and we all know the time period, which you can browse on this slide. Now I would like to mention some correspondences between Kartvelian and Sumerian languages, which is connected to Michał Tsereteli's works, and here you can see the few consonants which are revealed as common for both of the given languages. First of all, on my side, I would like to briefly overview Kartvelian data in terms of Engur. This is the root and this is the form, which is the matter of special interest of the different researchers and scholars, started from the ancient historians, including the researchers from the given period. In Kartvelian languages, this root is revealed within the few, let's say, lexical varieties. The Engur is part of the hydronyms. You can see on the slide, it's part of the toponyms. It's also connected to the ethnonyms and pagan, even in pagan pantheon, we can see the roots, and I just would like to show you topically discuss just briefly all those forms. So Engur, which it's well known, is one of the largest rivers in Georgia, and so if this picture shows how important could be this root for all the Kartvelian languages, and in Georgian and Swan, now I would like to discuss the forms and phonetic features of the given root just briefly, because I would like to follow the time schedule which is given to us. Engur is in Georgian and Swan languages, Engur is fixed in this way. But what is interesting in Megrelian languages, Engur is revealed as Ingiri or Inguri language. Is the corresponding forms in Megrelian is as follows, and this form is discussed within the writings of historian Vakhtang and also in his words. What is interesting in his words, the form Engur is revealed as Eguri without and nasal N sonar is omitted in this case, and he represents the form Eguri, and this shouldn't be the typo, because this given form is discussed within the Leontin Brovelli's works as well. And in case of Batonishvili mentions that it's also connected to the toponym, which is the settlement, one of the settlements of the region, and it could be connected, the pseudonym could be connected to the following, to the mentioned toponym as well. What about the foreign historians or travelers? There, for example, Jardin, he's mentioning Yangur form, which is Megrelian, from where N sonars have been included later. So since in opposite of these old writings in Megrelian, we're going to have this Yangur, the form with N nasal form. It can be concluded that Georgian, and within this literature, there's such hypothesis that Georgian borrows back Megrelian form Engur to initiate the proper hydronym. So you can here, we can browse here within the slide, at the end of the slide, the development of the form. And also with this root is within the different works, and researchers mentioned that Engur is connected to Megreli root, and Egr is the initial root is Egr with the replacement of the forms, and from here is Megrel as with the meaning of the dweller of Egr place. And also the Egr, it is mentioned that Egr could be connected with Arg and with Arg roots. And finally, Eguri, Enguri, Samegrelo, these are the forms which are strictly and strongly connected to each other, and everything derives from the form Egur. What is also interesting, there is one root within the Kartvelian language, so-called Igri, which is the central god of ancient Georgian pagan pantheon. Master Igri is the god of war, and consequently is known as the inception of life and water and life and soul within the different cultures are strongly connected to each other. And what is also interesting, Igrika is the name of the old name of the month, Aprili, which is connected to the rituals dedicated to the god Igri. So there, within the Georgian literature, again, Nguri and Igri could be connected to each other and could have the same connection, the same as Mikangaria meaning, which is defined as the center Archangel Gabriel's name, and finally, we can say that Erg or Erge could be connected with the name of Saint George. And just finally, I would also discuss this Berdzanishvili's thoughts that etymologically these roots could be strictly connected, and Egri also could be connected as Egrisi, and again it comes to the root Nguri finally. And let me show the data of non-Kartvelian languages, because this within the region Erg or Arg is widespread not only in the Kartvelian languages, but according to Jan Braun, Arg could be connected to the myth of Argonauts, where the hero is sailing towards the land of Egri. That's why, and from here comes their title of Argonauts. So it could be reconstructed as a Zan borrowing. And to support this idea, we can show the borrowing from Kartvelian to Old Greek form which was discussing from by Tamas Gamprelidze as well. And finally, I would conclude to give conclusions that we can think that the initial form within the Georgian, within this Kartvelian forms is so-called Egur, which was developed by then afterwards by nasal sonor and in Megrelian, and after that it's applied within the Georgian. So Egr could be initial form of Georgian Zan language entity, and here, as I was discussing, a few additional forms could support this idea. And now I would like to give a speech to Nino, my colleague and friend. She was going to discuss now the data of Sumerian language in more details. Nino, please. I think I need to turn off my microphone, and Nino.
Okay. The next section is
something
wrong.
So you have to now can you speak now? It's okay now.
May I speak now? Okay.
No.
Co oni mają robić? To ja napiszę, powiedzcie.
ორი ერთად რომ არის ჩართული შეიძლება ამ
გამორთი აბა გიოლე. May I speak now?
ერთი რომელიმე ეხლა აბა ილაპარაკე now can you speak now?
May I speak?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Now it's okay?
Yes, now it's okay.
May I speak now?
Yes. Yes, you can speak, Nino. Now it's okay.
No, yes. Section gives the semantic and phonetic specifications of the given forms in Sumerian and Akkadian languages. An entire tradition of cuneiform writing emerged in the 4th millennia BC. In this range, the written poetic literature of ancient Mesopotamia spans about 2,000 years, since 28th, 27th century.
You have to change. Sorry, you have to change the picture. Sumerian,
Not
they
yet.
written
Assyrian
down.
and Babylonian cultures, which we need have descended from the Sumerian civilizations. At this point, we would like to draw your attention to the word Engur.
Okay, it's
Engur,
okay now.
Sumerian, subterranean water, Georgian name of river in Swaneti region. A lexical unit which we can find in Sumerian literal text, Lugalbanda's epic poems, as well as in Hedwana's poetry. The cuneiform, you can see this cuneiform, this syllable. Okay, in the Sumerian epic poem, Lugalbanda and Azut, we read the following. Please change your picture. Let me read in Sumerian. Dambi abinduk engura bater. His wife cried out. His wife cried out. A cry descended into the Engur. Keep engura shugitgininima. Like the Engur cupboard, he answers. Then and Ziarataka engura baninda. Then he will be able to end the life force Arata draws from the Engur. Semantic and phonetic similarity between Sumerian Engur and Georgian river Engur is vivid. A magic ritual which is described in the poem also takes place in Engur under Apsu by the weapon called Ankara. Ankara, exactly. The Georgian word Ankara is also related with the water. It represents the purity of spring water. Georgian lexicographer of the 18th century, Sulhan Saba Orbelian, in his dictionary of Georgian language, defines the word Ankara as a little snake. In Sumerian cuneiform text, Ankara is a weapon of the goddess Inanna, often connected with fresh water, subterranean waters. Ankara, Sumerian water, Ankara weapon. By this still unidentified weapon for goddess Inanna does not magic rituals in Engur. In Engur, Angan is the second writing of this word. Okay. In the Sumerian epic poem Ugalbanda and Anzut, we can read following passage: Ankar ame Inanaka ubingu. So fed the Ankara Inanna's battle strength. In southern Mesopotamia, it was believed that springs, wells, streams, rivers, and lakes draw their waters from a freshwater ocean which laid beneath the earth to the Apsu, in the Apsu, or Engur, home of the wise god Enki, his wife Damgaluna, Damkina, and his mother Namu. The ocean was inhabited by a number of creatures that subordinate and serve god Enki. Cuneiform Zuab. Cuneiform Zuab. Please, For Georgian language, the root ps from the word apsu is also connected with the flow of water. No river subsapso, and in later pieces of literal text, like in Hedwana's poetry, where word Ankara bears the same meaning, a weapon of Inanna, symbol of invictibility of the goddess. In the hymn of Hedwana, called in Husha, the modern name Inanna and Dabich, which he dedicated to goddess Inanna, we can read following: Inin mehusha niguru megalua. Inanna Ankar Gudgudu Mudbigue. Inanna made perfect by the holy Ankar weapon, drenching blood, rushing ground in great battles. In the hymn in Shagura, which is also dedicated to the same goddess, we read: Shalani Enguraku Abdabdabe Ashurakam Aham Nudada. Her suspended net catches fish in the deep, not even leaving the Aharin in the Engur. Both the literary tradition of the city-state Europe, 3rd millennia BC, and the Sumerian poetry of the later period, 24th, 23rd century BC, tell us the same about the issue of the interested in. The main difficulties we face nowadays in interpreting Sumerian texts lay in incomplete knowledge of the Sumerian language. Origins of Sumerian places, names, toponyms, and the names of gods are not determined so far, as it seems these words belong to a pre-Sumerian epoch, and therefore it's impossible to determine the Sumerian etymology. Then, comparing historical materials of the Sumerian and Georgian languages, we have to keep strictly to the following principle: both phonetic and semantic similarities in the roots of lexical units in this language should be exposed. As I mentioned above, Sumerian phonetics have not been studied in a thorough substantial way. The examples we are presenting in this research are picked up from Sumerian literary text while translating them into Georgian. We assume that these discoveries can serve as an additional evidence of the proximities between the cultures of the ancient Near East and the Caucasus. As it is clear that given ancient languages of different regions and of different languages, families have much in common in terms of ancient roots, which represent similar or very close meanings. The form engur is witnessed in both languages, but in the Georgian language unity, the root was developed gradually by adding the nasal sonor n. Thus, in the Georgian, the minimal form is used egur, egr. Moreover, in Kartvelian languages, the given root is used not only as a hydronym, but also as a spreader, as both toponym and ethnonym. In Sumerian, engur represents the meaning of water, while in Georgian, igr is the central figure in the pagan pantheon as a god of water, and the river Engur is one of the biggest of the territory of Western Georgia. The semantics of water is present within the root ps, both in Proto-Kartvelian and in southern Mesopotamian languages, whilst the phonetic representation and meaning are common as in Kartvelian, so in Sumerian languages. Nevertheless, the preliminary research should be extended since question will remain open. Now, thank you for attention. And if you have some question,
Yes, I suppose. Thank you very much for your speech. And please, your comments or any questions, please. Can you close your presentation, please? Okay, thank you very much. Now, questions, please. We are listening, Professor Saraha. Maybe you would like to ask something.
If you allow a short note, yes. I'm of course no Sumerologist, neither Kartvelian scholar, but a short note, we must be careful in such comparisons, especially concerning two facts, namely that the Sumerian signs are not necessarily read correctly. We have each several years many corrections by Sumerologists which bring new readings of the signs. In other words, the language is poorly known still. Of course, I don't say that there is no clue in your paper. I mean here, first of all, gur. And I saw in one of your slides later development of this sign, which is early dynastic, so very early, but we have there in the slide Old Babylonian form, where n is replaced by kaskal. That means way or road. And in fact, as Hittitologist, I'd like to add, and perhaps you can add it into your discussion, that we have such a Sumerian sign or word sign, kaskal kur, but kur can also be read gur. And there was quite a long discussion what could it mean, but most scholars, most colleagues agree now that kaskal kur is underground water in this topographical terms of Anatolia, where we have such sometimes some rivers disappear for a while and then come out on the other side of the hill. There are also such grass holes which keep water, But Kur is not water. Kur is more connected with the underground. So it is somehow the way to the underground. It is a well-known meaning of this word also in Sumerian. Kur is on one hand the land, but on the other hand is the netherworld. Of course, also the mountain and so on. So many different meanings, but I think they are homonyms. And in this connection, it could be this underground way. What it could mean in southern Mesopotamia, that's another question. So just a short note to not to forget about problems connected with interpreting this very early texts and forms, especially that, for instance, Abzu is not necessarily so identical with Engur. There is a new PhD, it's about 5 years ago, defended in the Oriental Institute in Chicago. I know it from Piotr Michałowski, who's one of the famous Sumerologists. And this PhD concerns the real situation, topographical situation, climate situation in southern Mesopotamia in the third millennium. And in fact, we have, after analysis of satellite photos, that Abzu could be close to Eridu. It is known that it was close to Eridu. Yes. Eridu was the seat of Enki. And in fact, there is, we can reconstruct there the situation in the third millennium, that there was a dump of sand closing the lake close to Eridu, which was of sweet water, perhaps, so like Abzu. So who knows if this sacred lake of Enki wouldn't be this Abzu, this lake close to Eridu. And of course, after that, developed in this mythological way. So sometimes we, when you said this cosmic water and so on, sometimes the explanation of the origins of some myths is much simpler. That's just another note. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I can say a few words from mythological point of view. Enki was thought to occupy the Apsu since before the creation of mankind. Apsu was the primal creature, lover of Tiamat, salt water, ocean water, and Enki killed the Apsu and set up his home on the dead creature's body. And the word transferred to Enki's residence, and Enki, and Abzu and Engur are synonyms, and into Akkadian Apsu. It's very interesting for our culture, the thing. And as regards the cuneiform writing, it's from Pennsylvania dictionary, and it is a picture of almost more than 1 millennia. And in the literal text, which I find this while translating this text, they present a picture more than of almost 1 millennia, and the mythological text more than of 2 millennia. And because it's very interesting, and Abzu and Engur is synonyms. It's by Jeremy Black, if you know, and after Postgate confidence, and I think it's very interesting for our culture. And of course, the question is open and question for future research. Thank you. And Eridu, according to Heinz Henryk, is pre-Sumerian origin and maybe connected with the Dravidian lexics, because Dravidian language was widespread in southern Mesopotamia before Sumerian entered the area. And the Eridu, Enki city, this Engur city in Dravidian plays space. Also, Euprat's name, Sumerian Buranun is of Dravidian origin. So Enguri must have been of Sumerian origin, maybe of Gioli, maybe.
You are probably right that we have many words of non-Sumerian origin. The question is only if they are really Dravidian. There is quite a new book published really this year about the Proto-Euphratene substrate. Of course, it was discussed for a long time, but it is a very important book. We've bought it already for our library. It brings some new
we need more archaeological evidence
concerning the substrate before Sumerians in the south and Semites in the north. It can be differently, not necessarily Dravidian. For instance, I think that there were people which are quite extinct now. That means the whole Zagros family of languages also, but also ethnic. We have this very important discovery of this new Assyrian tablet from Ziaret Tepe from the 8th century BC, where we have the list of about 150 female workers, and their names cannot be Indo-European, cannot be Semitic. So this substrate was still present in the first millennium BCE, but now is extinct. So we cannot know how broad they lived before this new people came to Mesopotamia. So that's one possibility. So Dravidians, of course, were there, as Herodotus wrote about these black Iranians and so on, so black Persians in the 5th century BC in southern Iran. So really people moved or were covered by newcomers. So it is really very, very interesting. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Would you like to say something, Professor Samsonia?
It's okay. We agree.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to ask you, I think it's not necessary to have now coffee break because we had enough time to relax a little bit. So what do you think? We have more 4 speeches. Maybe we'll continue. It's okay? It's okay? Okay, in this case, it's my pleasure, the great pleasure to invite for presentation Professor Giacoshilava.
Oui.
Because Amiran Kahidze is not joining us, unfortunately, he can't join. I was calling to just a moment, please. Just a moment.
არა, ბატონი გია არის ჩემს წინ, ასე რომ ბატონ გიას თხოვოთ.
დიახ.
თუ ქალბატონ მანანას სურს, შემიძლია დაუთმო.
არა, როგორ რას ბრძანებს ბატონო, დიდი სიამოვნებით ვისმენთ.
We have to follow the program, please. Okay.
Yes.
So, okay, Mr. Kwashilava, you're very welcome. Please, you can start.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. My presentation is...
Właśnie to jest ten, który przeczytał.
No.
It's coming. Wait a little bit.
Ale on chyba nie będzie o tym mówił, bo ma inny temat.
There is only black window now. Can you make correction, please? We have new guests. I'm really very happy to see.
Okay.
Oh, now it's okay.
My presentation is on the decipherment of the inscriptions of linear A in the common Kartvelian language, Kuro and Kiro. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, now it's okay. Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Yeah.
My paper presents some of the results of my decipherment of linear A tablets. The LA words for addition, Kuro, and subtraction, Kiro, are especially interesting and important for the verification of my deciphering. John Chadwick wrote, the meaning of one linear A word is certain. Kuro is the word which introduces totals and must mean something like total or so much. If we could find such a word in a known language, in the problem of a linear A might be solved. The word kuro, denoting arithmetic operation of addition, also the word kiro or kilo, denoting subtraction lesson, are attested in all the Kartvelian dialects, Georgian, Mingrelian, Laz, and Swan, which is shown detailed in the text of the paper. Sorry, the phonetic values of linear A syllabic signs are presented in table 1. This sorry. The method of comparative and inner reconstruction made it possible to identify the forms and the meanings of linear asyllabic sequences as belonging to the common Kartvelian language. The words denoting the items of the arithmetic operation like a summand, addend, minuend, subtrahend, as well as the terms of the operation addition and subtraction are derived from one and the same root in all Kartvelian dialects. The sign sequences words denoting arithmetic operation in linear A inscriptions are kuro, addition, to divide, gather, collect, add. And kiro or kilo, subtraction, fault, defect, to subtrahend, lessen, diminish, cut off. Modern Georgian terms of operation are shekreba, addition, shesakrebi, summand, addend, gamokleba, subtraction, saklebi, the comments of on these words were presented by me earlier. Below the analysis of the material presented in linear A inscriptions is studied in detail. Reading the sign sequence Kuro. According to Louis Godard and Jean Olivier, the sign sequence this has been attested on a number of clay tablets found at Hagia Triada, Festos, and Zakros in Crete, and dated back to 1500 to 1450 BC. The following two inscriptions have been chosen for my study. This guru, the linear A script signs, this and this, are considered to be identical or similar to the corresponding signs of linear B, and the Cypriot syllabic script, as shown in table 2. Linear A Q, linear B Q, and linear A sign rho, linear B sign rho. Cypriot syllabic sign lo or rho. According to my algorithm for reading the signs of linear A script, the signs of this and this are read as Q and Ro or Lo syllables. This coincides with the phonological values of the corresponding linear B signs. Consequently, the linear A sequence of the signs is read as Kuro or Kulo. The meaning of Kuro or Kulo is supposed to be total. The Kartvelian material shows the connection of Kuro with the common Kartvelian archetype Kuroi. Together sum up. Kurvei changed to Kuroi, or Kurvai changed to Kuroi. The reconstruction of the common Kartvelian archetype Kuroi, the theory of morphophonological structure and the typology of common Kartvelian, and the comparative study of Kartvelian languages allows the inner and comparative reconstruction of later common Kartvelian archetypes. In comparative analysis of a special importance is the so-called principle of monovocalism. The principle implies that the morpheme sequences, root plus suffix, undergo morphophonemic fusion of adjacent homogeneous vowels, or syncope of one of two vocalic elements of adjacent morphemes. This syncope can be seen as reflecting a principle of monovocalism, whereby only one morpheme in a morpheme sequence can have a vocalic element. Kartvelological and Ivane. Accordingly, if to one morpheme verbal root, in our case, ker or kar, and normal grade suffixal morpheme, eu or au, is added, then only one morpheme is presented as the normal vocalic grade in a bimorphemic stem, and the normal vocalic grade of the root changes to the zero or reduced grade. The archetypes of the phonemic structures of the common Kartvelian morphemes are ker, kar, krev, krav, kver, kvar, and kurv, or kurvai, kurvei. The Kartvelian material presented above shows the meaning of the common Kartvelian archetype. Kurvai, kurvei, is to tie up, gather, collect, bind. According to phonetic process, common Kartvelian wa changes to o. Common Kartvelian kurvai changes to kroi. Based on the principle of monovocalism, I conclude that the syllabic quality of this sonant in common Kartvelian kroi occurs at the expense of the non-phonemic value of the reduced vocalic element between k and sonorant r. Depending on the phonetic context in Kartvelian languages, the reduced vocalic element lately acquired the form of full u vowel. The reconstructed common Kartvelian archetype, kuroi, kuroi, is presented as kuro form in linear A script. This same procedure of the analysis of the phonological transformation has been employed to the LA sequence, kiro or kilo, by me as shown in the full text of my paper. This is Pro Georgian Journal of Kartvelological Studies and Caucasica, okay? The study of Kartvelian material confirms the reliability of interpreting the linear A script science sequence of this kuro and kiro or kilo as the common Kartvelian stems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting speech. Thank you. Can you close, please, your presentation?
Okay.
And now we can discuss your paper. And any questions? First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Hosgipper, now our guest. Hello, nice to meet you again. Very glad to see you. Okay, any questions, please? So I can't see the question, but maybe comments. Okay, I can't ask again to Professor Shengelaia. I'm disturbing always, but this was, let's say, something very common. So, okay, so in this case, I would like to thank you very much again. Traditionally, Javakhishvili is giving something very surprising, always for us, very high levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Now, in this case, I would like to invite for presentation Professor Mana Tandashvili and Mariam Kamaraouli, both at Universitat Frankfurt am Main. Subject of presentation is digital Rusvelology, challenges and perspectives.
Thank you very much. I try to share the the same problem.
Okay, no problem. Okay, it's coming.
You can see our presentation, yes?
Yes.
So, hello everybody. Thanks to Professor David Golbaya for the organization of this very interesting and important conference, and we are very glad to see our colleagues. Our speech is about digital philology, challenges and perspectives, and my co-author is Mariam Amaraoui. As a development of cartvelology, which started in the 20th century, appears in its modern form as digital cartvelology today. In our talk, we present one of the key areas of digital cartvelology, in particular, the present stage of the development of digital philology. Main principles, the goals and aims of the creation of a parallel corpus of the translations of Shota Rustaveli's epic, The Night in the Panther's Cave. The Night in the Panther's Cave by Shota Rustaveli is the most significant epos of the Georgian intangible cultural heritage. The epic, which was created in the 20th century, is represented by more than 160 different manuscripts and is one of the most crucial components of defining the identity of the Georgian nation. Its significance has gone far beyond Georgian's border and now has a prominent place in the history of world literature. The Night in the Panther's Cave has been translated into 56 languages, and the manuscript collection of Rustaveli's epic included in the UNESCO World Intangible Cultural Heritage Register since 2013. If we look at the richly decorated manuscripts of the epic, such as, for example, the manuscript H599 with 39 miniatures, or so-called Tsereteli manuscript with 87 miniatures, or as the next manuscript from the 17th century with 3 miniatures and ornaments, or so-called Bekta Begiseoli, decorated with ornaments, or the 2 codices preserved in the Bodleian Library in Oxford. We may boldly consider this monument of Georgian literature as a monument of both immaterial and material culture. The research of this unique written document of Georgian intangible cultural heritage with modern methods and creating of parallel corpus of translations of the epic in 56 languages is not only a challenge for the 21st century's cartvelology, but will also contribute to the scientific research of Georgian intangible cultural heritage and to the internationalization of modern cartvelology. The basis for the development of digital philology was laid at the Institute for Empirical Linguistics of the University of Frankfurt. This was realized in 2 steps. In 2018, we organized a reading marathon of epic in 50 languages, which was presented at the University of Frankfurt and then at the Frankfurt Book Fair. And the second stage, the very important stage, was the creation of the foundations of a parallel corpus of translations of the Night in the Panther's Cave, which was developed in the seminar of me Special Problems of Cartvelology and implemented in a prototype corpus named Rustaveli Goes Digital. The goals of the digital philology are the creation of a parallel corpus of the original text of The Night in the Panther's Cave and its many translations, with a view to carry out comparative analysis of linguistic phenomena of the Georgian original and its translations, and aligning the original and the translations in order to investigate translation strategies and compare the translation methods in the different languages with modern technologies. The achievement of these goals presupposes the development of technologies for describing translation strategies and, of course, the digitization of the texts themselves, both the source text and its translation targets. For the implementation of the project, the following tasks are to be solved. Technical tasks such as conceptualization of the structure and design of the corpus and preparation of a technical framework, digitization of the original text and its translations in 56 languages, including the digitization of several translations that coexist in one language, a structural preparation of the text for the inclusion in the parallel corpus, and connecting the digitized and structured text with each other in accordance with chapters and stanzas. The theoretical tasks are to be solved are conceptualization of the theoretical framework for the study of translation strategies in the corpus and for the codification of interdisciplinary information in the text, such as philosophical, religious, sociological, cultural, specific, astrological, etc. Development of a methodological framework for creating a basic concept of automatic processing of a poetic parallel corpus, aligning the multilingual corpus between the original text and its translations for the automatic detection and comparison of linguistic phenomena, and finally, verification of capabilities of automated translation strategies research. To accomplish these tasks, we intend to apply a corpus linguistic analysis of the original text and its translations, the basics of which we will present today. Before that, we will look at the problems that arise during the structural construction and the functional operation of the parallel corpus. Among the technical problems, we first of all have to name the problem of size, the volume of the original text. As a matter of fact, the Georgian text as contained in the manuscript of the Night in the Panther's King differs in both content and volume. In the 162 surviving manuscripts that contain the more or less full text of the epic, the number of stanzas varies considerably, if you can see here in this list. The variation is partly due to the fact that the manuscripts of the epic contains three qualitatively different components. The main text of the epic, which can be established as a result of a critical comparison and analysis of the individual witnesses, and which has formed the basis of printed editions, including the so-called academic edition. Insertions such as stanzas that were not considered by specialists as belonging to Rustaveli, appendices or extensions of the epic, such story of the Indo-Khwarezmian, Avtandil's First Testament, the Third Testament of Dariel, or Second Testament of Avtandil. Even the printed version of the Night in the Panther's King, there is no uniformity of content. As we know, the epic was first printed by King Vakhtang in 1712. The so-called Vakhtang edition, which is based on manuscript Q 1082, contains 1,865 stanzas. The number of stanzas in the following print editions varies significantly, if you can see here. The disparity of the content is also visible in the printed versions of the Soviet era, and you can see the different printed versions from different years, and the volume is very different. As we can see, the first and most difficult problem at the initial stage of creating a parallel corpus of translations of The Night in the Panther's King is to determine the basis text. This includes the issue of preparing a digital working version of the Georgian original that should allow to compare the source text and the target text in the different languages of translation. The problem, however, consists not only in the different number of stanzas in the available version of the Georgian text, but also in differences of volume in the translation text, given that not only the translations of the epic into the different languages, but also the translations into one and some The same language have different volumes, which suggests that these translations were based on different models. For example, the Russian translation by Shalvanotsobidze consists of 1,671 stanzas, that by Balmont of 1,581 stanzas, and that by Halwashi of 2,230 stanzas. Different by number. In addition to the different sizes, there are important differences at the lexical and grammatical level that show up in the manuscripts, and the texts contained in them are also characterized by different structure and graphical features. In most manuscripts, the text of the epic is not divided into chapters and therefore does not have chapter titles. This fact is also reflected in the printed editions, where we find no uniformity with regard to the number of chapters and their titles. For comparison, the academic text of the epic consists of 64 chapters, while the epic as published by Michael Tsereteli in Paris in 1961 is divided into 9 chapters. It should also be noted that the source of the translation is not always presumable, which greatly complicates the comparisons of the translated text with the presumable models. For some of the translation, the graphical representation of the text yields special problems during the digitization. In languages such as Hebrew or Persian, the text is represented by a consonantal alphabet. Here the question arises whether to preserve the graphic form of the printed version in digital form, or to attempt to vocalize the text by including vowels into the digital version. We also have cases where the translations by one and the same translator was published several times, but with different scripts used. This is the case, for example, with the Abkhazian translation, but also with the Azerbaijan translation. You can see here the two printed version of Abkhazian. The left is with the Georgian alphabet, and the right is a printed version in Abkhazian alphabet. And now you can see here the other translation from a different time and in 2 different alphabets, based Kyrillic or Latin script. When conceptualizing the structure of the parallel corpus, it is necessary to take all the cases listed here into account and to develop a uniform digital design of the corpus in accordance with international standards. And now about the problem of alignment. Alignment is a corpus linguistic operation and one of the important and necessary operations in the creation of a parallel corpus. Alignment means the connection of 2 or more homogeneous texts of different levels that can be represented by sentences, phrases, segments, or words. Accordingly, we may differentiate between 3 types of alignment: alignment of sentences, alignment of phrases, and alignment of words. On the basis of the following example, all 3 types of alignment can be demonstrated. You can see the alignment of sentences. One sentence is represented and parallelized in 2 English and in 2 Georgian, German translations. Now you can see alignment of phrases. Each sentence is divided in phrase structure. Naches as a verbal phrase, as a nominal phrase, as a verbal phrase, and as a nominal phrase. And you can see that equivalence phrases in 2 languages, in English and in German, is represented here with colors. In visualized form, the phrasal alignment may look as follow. As a visualization schema illustrates, none of the translations covered follows the information structure of the source text. In contrast to sentence alignment, phrase alignment allows us to verify the adequateness of the translation in terms of equivalence more closely. Phrase alignment differs from sentence alignment in that it allows us not only to examine the content of an analyzed text, but also to automatically verify the confluence of the informational structure in the text. The word alignment implies the interconnection of individual lexical, semantic, or functional equivalence. In the given example, there are the words naches, utro, mokme, binme, jda, tirali, tbilisa, irsa. As is well known, the Georgian language is a proto-Rop language and can therefore eliminate the subject or object if it is conveyed by a verbal marker, as in the case of naches, they saw him. The subject of the verb, third person plural, is not explicitly mentioned in the sentence, but is only marked with a person marker s. In non-proto-Rop languages such as German or English, the subject must be restored on the syntactic level as in the following translation: einen Fremden return sein sie, or all at once they saw. Another way of rendering the grammatical person in proto-Rop cases is to change the grammatical mood of the verb, as in the translations by Huppert and Pretweeds. Sie am Bach, and sie is the imperative. As shown in the visualized schema below, the degree of equivalence can be quite different within the same sentence, with different linguistic levels being involved: lexical equivalence, grammatical equivalence, and functional equivalence. In addition, equivalence can be total. For example, utro, the equivalence in German is Fremde, and in English is a stranger, or tirali, weinend in German and weeping in English, or partial. Partial equivalence can be in its turn be subdivided into two types: lexical, as a mochme, reke, night, or tbilisa, Bach, stream, or grammatical, such as naches, via s, personal marker. Some translations are so free that it is impossible to parallelize the text on the word, phrase, or sentence level. As in the case of the Russian translation by Balmont, we can compare two Russian translations by Notobite and by Balmont, and you can see that the translation by Notobite is a meticulous rendering, whether the Balmont's translation is so far deviant from the original text that it is impossible to parallelize it with the Georgian text, except for its structural parallelization on the stanza level. A comparison of the Russian translation has clearly revealed that the source text must be compared separately with each translation. Depending on the translation strategies, the alignment to be used may be different in each case: an alignment of sentences, phrases, or words. All three types of alignment can be successful if the target text admits it. Our goal in conceptualization, parallel corpus of the translations of the night in the Paprocki has surely been ambitious. We intend to build a corpus that will be useful not only for interdisciplinary but also for transdisciplinary research. This means that the preparation of text from a corpus linguistic point of view has to be carried out in such a way that the corpus allows for integrated studies. Among others, the corpus should allow us to answer questions such as how adequately was the translator able to convert the source text into his target text? What strategies of translation and which tools did the translator use? At what expense were composers sought to reach the adequacy of the text in the target language? How successful was the translator able to act as an intercultural mediator, and how can the lexical, semantic, pragmatic, and functional errors be captured statistically and visualized? Translation studies have four long referred terms such as good translation or bad translation. When evaluating a translation, we can examine the strategy chosen by the translator and the forms and peculiarities of its implementation. It is more important today to determine how efficient the strategy was that the translator chose while transferring the source text into the target text. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, so much. This was really extraordinary presentation. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, any questions, please? Again, I would like to ask Professor Shengelaia to give some comments. Please. You have to open your microphone, please. Switch on your microphone, please. Microphone is closed. Now it's okay.
Yes, covered on a manner. Of course, it is just a minor thing, but for example, you mentioned Balmont's translation, and maybe you have more than such problems like this. So this is a very free translation and subjective. What do you do with it? You just move it away.
Nagrywane.
Ara.
Yeah, we have some technical problems, sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Shall I repeat it then? You
Yes,
mentioned
please.
Balmont's translation as a very free one and subjective in the sense that it depended on the translator. Maybe the sense, the form, and I don't know, everything else. What do you do with it? You just put such cases away.
I must say that when one translation is free, translation is it is not bad. Personally, it likes me very how Balmont translated the epic in the Russian. But we speak about the technological framework, and it is very, very complicated to parallelize the text, the source text with the Balmont's translated text, and it is only possible to parallelize to these two texts on the stanza level. It's only possible to parallelize the free translations.
Yes, I just wanted to say that this is a grand work. Well, I don't know how you managed to overcome all these problems, maybe with, I don't know,
Yes, it's a very big project. But we want to start this project, and it is a work for very many generations, young generations. Nowadays, we have 32 translations in 20 languages, and we all the texts are digitized and parallelized, and um, we are working about it.
Yes, yes, I think yes, this is a very, very hard work,
Yes.
but I think that Rustaveli himself somehow had to help you somehow because this is a great poem,
Yes.
and yes,
And we are often any scientist who have interest to take part in this project can do it.
yes,
Can
and
join us.
yes, itself the digital program to make the program is one thing, and then another thing, another quite a problem is
Yes. Yes.
to look through the
Theoretical
text.
framework. It's most important. We try to prepare the technical framework,
Yes.
and it makes easy to research.
It is not easy. It's great work, I think. It's not so easy.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very
Absolutely,
much.
absolutely unparalleled work because it's impossible even in imagination how much you have to work, how much has to be done. So this is really this is the best example what we have to do with our cultural heritage.
Yes.
The
I
best
don't know, Vakhtang.
how we carry this.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Only coming to the decision is,
Yes, yes.
Yes.
It
is
is.
always is
This is
already
great,
something, isn't
great.
it?
Itself idea is the greatest one. So
Yes.
thank you so much.
Very
It
good.
was a
Thank
really
you.
brilliant work and brilliant project for all of us, for all Georgia, all 4 generations, as you told.
Yes, yes.
So many thanks to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you. And now, well, now we have 2 speakers more. One of them is United States, where it's now very, very early. And I'm not sure that Natila can join now us. Natila Sturua. So, with your
you. Is she
permission,
here?
sorry,
Oh, it's okay.
Natila Sturua,
It's okay. Okay.
she has to join us. So, but I can't
Yeah.
see her now. So,
Yes.
as far as I know, she's in Pennsylvania. So, we can't wait. Maybe I will start my presentation and then Professor Sturua can join us in the continue. Okay, so in this case, with your permission, I will try to make the presentation.
Yes, please. Good.
Okay.
Well,
Just a moment, I have to check. 1 moment, I have to check. Where is my presentation? And then, okay. One moment, please. Okay, now it's open. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, coming up, yes.
Coming, it's okay. So I can't see you traditionally, but I will start with your permission, okay? So as you see, subject of my presentation today is the stages of development of the local script in Georgia of the pagan age. I will try to do it very shortly. So let me please to start with general conclusion. According to the archaeological material discovered on the territory of Colchis and Iberia, 3 stages could be distinguished in the history of pagan script. Paleo-Georgian, 10th century BC, transitional period, 9th, 5th century BC, and Proto-Georgian, 4th century BC, 4th century AD. But now I will, as far as I am going to speak about archaeological discoveries, I would like to give short information about all these stages, just to show very shortly economic and cultural development of the local society, starting from the 10th century BC, as far as I am going to speak about Shida-Kartli, a central part of Georgia. I would like to show two archaeological sites very briefly. One of them is Gragliani Hill, the main subject of my presentation today, but generally I would like show the cultural interrelation following to the archaeological discoveries. I can show the different period remains discovered here, late Bronze Age, weapons, etc. Greek architectural details, which is absolutely unexpected on the territory of Central Transcaucasia, generally speaking, not only on the territory of Gragliani Hill, Egyptian scarabs, stamps, etc., including Mesopotamian silk stamps, different kind of graveyards, and etc. So another archaeological site, which is also multi-layer archaeological site, this is Holy Gora. This is a special object of investigation was in 50s, and then later we decided to continue with our Austrian colleagues, with also multi-layer archaeological site with 8 different cultures, remains of 12th century from the 12th century BC till the 2nd century BC. That is territory of Eastern Georgia, which is important for our presentation today, as well as territory of Colchis. When we will speak about the third stage of development of local script, you have to have, I just want to remind you, the archaeological discoveries of this time. For example, what was discovered in Saiche, you know very well this archaeological material, but what I would like to point is existence of Doric capital, which is absolutely unusual also for Caucasia, generally speaking, not only for Georgia, as well as representation of Ahura Mazdas. Here you can see. So in this case, we have Greek tradition as well as Achaemenid Persian tradition. Archaeological site of Vani is very well known. You know, of course, this, but I would like to remind you again the huge number of graves with rich graves. This was, let's say, for the beginning from the 70s, this was only proof of this very well-known epithet about gold-rich country of Colchis. And you know all those materials, so just showing interrelation according to the archaeological materials. And another third one, which I would like to show, this is cumulative pictionary necropolis of 5th, 4th century BC, where we have 2 different graveyards, identically very well identified. One of them is Greek necropolis, and nearby there is a Colchian necropolis. Also, second half of 5th century and 4th century BC, and you can see items discovered there. Another territory which is special interest for us, I mean mid of first millennium BC, is again Eastern Georgia, part of South Georgia. You can see here archaeological discoveries from the central part of Georgia, Shida-Kartli, which is important region in this case. Samadlo discoveries, Yagora discoveries, including double Protoma capital, Persian capital, Achaemenid capital, as well as different kind of Greek pottery, and on the territory of South Georgia, showing very active interrelation with Aegean world, or all the coastal line of the Colchis with Greek colonies, as you know very well. But at the same time, we have there also representation of Ahura Mazda. This is post-Achaemenid period. And what is interesting is the newly published archaeological material from Takhti-Dziri, central part of Georgia, again with excellent Greek inventory, black glaze pottery, which is also very rare, but also indicating very active interrelation among different centers of civilization. Now let's go to the archaeological discoveries to go to the writings, what was discovered in pagan period Georgia. So number one, Paleo-Georgian inscription of 10th century BC. This was discovered on Grakliani Hill, which is located in the central part of Transcaucasia, as you can see here in Kaspi district. This is multi-layer archaeological site with 11 different cultural layers, starting from the early Paleolithical period, which is approximately 2 million years old, and the last stage of development of local society is here, beginning of Christian era, beginning of 5th century AD. But now our interest is concentrated to the fourth stage of development of local society of Grakliani Hill. This is late Bronze, early Iron Age. So now let me please to show archaeological material of this period, which corresponds chronologically to the time of existence of the inscription on the territory of Grakliani Hill. You can see a different kind of items, including, I would like to mention again the stamps, steel stamps, including Mesopotamian ones, and as well as imported from Persia, different kind of items, not only pottery, but also weapons and some bronze decorations. But what is important as another intellectual innovations, and as far as we are talking about the script, about the writing, this is intellectual innovation number one for this time, is the 10th century BC. But what we have also a very interesting intellectual innovation. This is weight system, the local standard of weights, which is equal to 363. We discovered big number of weights exactly on this hill, and all of them are multiple to 363 grams. So this means that this is the basic one, standard unit of 361 grams. This is first case we have such kind of local unit, standard unit of weight on the territory of all Caucasus, let's say, not only in Georgia. So, but what was the main and the most interesting one, this is itself, this inscription in the small sanctuary. You can see this area of the sanctuary, this very small sanctuary, just 6 meters wide, as you can see here, with different kind of discoveries. The first inscription, I suppose that this is inscription, this was discovered in the western part of the sanctuary here. As you see, this is ceremonial oven in the northwestern corner of the sanctuary with 3 signs. Other signs, you can see here, they're very badly damaged. It's impossible to make reconstruction of this. Okay, sorry. Reconstruction of this. But what is also important, and I think also very interesting, this stele standing upright here in the corner of this altar, in the central part, with the head of ram's sculpture, which was always symbol on the territory of Georgia and the territory of all Caucasus as a symbol of fertility. So this is what I discovered, what I'm showing now. This is only graphical identity and nothing more. So what was analogical to the Grakliani signs of A inscription, I call it A inscription, those 3 letters, in red color you see, and in the black color you see the signs of different scripts from the Near Eastern area. For example, El Hadri, we have absolutely the same size on the arrowheads. But what is more important for presentation today, this is central part of this sanctuary. As you can see, I mean, first of all, this altar, which which was constructed on the pedestal. I will show a little bit later better picture. But what I would like to indicate now, existence of big number of jars with millet, which was dedicated to the god of fertility, I suppose, there. And itself, our special interest is this inscription, this one, here on the pedestal of the altar. And you can see the pottery. Till to now, they are full of millet there. About the date, when I'm talking about the 10th century BC, which is very, very early date, not only for Caucasia, not only for Georgia, for such kind of inscription, I'm based on 3 different results of C14 analysis. First time when I discovered this inscription, I sent this, you can see the charcoal here, to the United States, to the Beta Lab of, which is very well known, one of the best lab, let's say, and I got the date from there. I would like to repeat again, based on C14 analysis, end of 11th century, 10th century BC. As far as it was very early date, I decided to ask to my colleagues from Italy and to Germany to come and to take the samples and send to different labs, and they did it. And we got result of analysis from 2 different labs, from Groningen Beta Lab. We got date, you see here, again 10th century BC, and from Zurich Lab, the same date, 10th century BC. So date of this remains is very clear. The problem is historical explanation of events, result of which we have here, this intellectual innovations on the territory of Central Transcaucasia, as far as this is the earliest inscription, not only in Georgia, but on the territory of all Caucasian area. So you know very well graphical analogies of this, but I will show just a few of them. As you can see, the Gracliani signs here. Those are Gracliani signs here, and having different kind of parallels in different writing systems. In addition, what was discovered there, another inscription with the same letters, as you can see here, those 2 letters, similar to the first one and the last one on the central inscription. On the jar, you can see this inscription here, this stone jar which was discovered in the Botros of number 1 here. In this Botros, we have different kind of Botroses. We excavated 18 Botroses with a different kind of dedications. It seems that all Botroses were dedicated to something or somebody. It's not very clear why they did it. Till to now, it's not clear. But reality is that in one Botrosis, this was only one item inside, and this was this stone jar with inscription. You can see again here in red colors, Gracliani signs, and in black colors, signs from different sides of Near Eastern area. So this is the first stage, I suppose, the first stage, as I told, 10th century BC. And now next stage is so-called transitional stage of 9th, 5th century BC. We have not signs of the territory of Georgia of this time, but we have plenty of archaeological material showing, or again, very high level of development of local society. And now I'm showing just material from the Colchis, from Colchian collective graves. By the way, maybe it will be interesting for Professor Koshilava, this double axis here, called double axis, which was discovered. And this grave, this is a grave from Zugdidi district. So what's happening after 5th century BC on the territory of Georgia? Colchis and Iberia, we have approximately 40 archaeological sites with cultural layers of 4th century BC and later periods, including beginning of a new era. In many cases, I will show a little bit later the map of distribution of such kind of archaeological sites. We have such kind of signs on the pottery, which was made locally on the territory of Colchis, on the territory of Iberia. On the pitois, as you can see, the Colchian pitois, here you can see also the tiles made in Colchis. And only one inscription of this writing was discovered, this one. And Professor Koshilava has the decision, which is published. He deciphered this inscription, which was discovered in Dablagomi, in the grave of 3rd century BC. And this is a man's name, Tekusi, yeah, like this. Yeah, I think this is absolutely correct, because this is only jar on the territory of all Colchis made immediately when the person was died. And they made this jar, made this inscription, and put in the grave. So this is a map of distribution of archaeological sites where such kind of Proto-Georgian, I call it Proto-Georgian signs of writing was discovered. As you can see, those are concentrated around the high developed places, urban places, which we know very well thanks to archaeological investigation. For example, here you see this area around Mtsketa, also, you know, the urban, one of the urban center, and here around the Vani district and the south part of the Colchis. So if we will summarize all those sites, we have such a picture. You can see the relative tables here. So we have 21 signs of this Proto-Georgian, I call it Proto-Georgian inscription, and it exists from the 4th century BC till to the 4th century AD. Again, I will show this one. For example, in Bagineti, Samtaurum, Tschetato, Moktakari, Karsnischevi, Armazistiche, Svetichoveli, all those archaeological sites belong to the period after BC, from the 1st century BC till to the 4th century AD, as well as the Sarkine, for example, Bagineti. So we have very good picture of chronology of such kind of signs discovered on the territory of Colchis and Iberia. And finally, what I would like to show you, this is some kind of analogies having with Asum Tauruli, Proto-Georgian sign you see here, and the Asum Tauruli, Proto-Georgian, and etc. So if we will finalize, summarize all those archaeological remains, I was trying to show you. So we have a real picture. We have archaeological evidences of existence. This is nothing is logical, nothing is theoretical here. This is archaeologically very well known facts. Existence of 10th century inscription here, what you see here from Gragliani here, and signs, different kind of signs from different archaeological sites of Colchis and Iberia. So we have only one gap, as I told, 9 from the 9th century to 5th century BC, and I hope very much, and if we will develop our archaeological investigation in the central part of Georgia, as well as on the territory of Colchis, we will have also some kind of remains of inscription also in this period from the 9th century to 5th century BC. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much. So now any questions? It was very short, very brief, because there's a lot of archaeological material, so it needs a lot of time. So I suppose you know all of you, so you know those things. You have to switch on your microphone, Professor Shengelaia. Your microphone is out. Switch out. Microphone charted, kalbatono nana, tori araperi ar ismis. ეხლაც გამორთულია. არა უშავ დაველოდოთ ქალბატონანას. Okay, any questions? Many thanks to Giaquashilava who came immediately to see this inscription, so I hope very much you will find the time to work on this. Professor Frederic Mario Fales came and made first step of analysis of this inscription. And when I'm talking about the inscription, I'm based on this investigation as far as his specialist epigrapher, so because I can speak so easy about inscription. ისევ გამორთულია ქალბატონო.
I ჩავწე.
ეხლა ჩაირთ.
ეხლა ხო აი აღმიდგინა ნინო.
Okay, okay. No.
I just wanted to say that this is first of all very interesting and very important because this concerns the material concerns the period where we had nothing, so I mean no inscriptions. Am I? If I'm right, I don't know. I think that we didn't have any inscriptions, and this period which you presented now, this material somehow fills in these gaps. And I think it is very, very interesting and important. And then of special interest are the parallels of later letters or script forms and the script forms that you have found, you have shown us how they are repeated, how these forms were retained, so to say, for so many centuries. And so I think that this is very, very important and very interesting. And I can imagine how glad and happy you were when you discovered this and you analyzed this. And this is somehow in the middle of if we talk about Minoan scripts, this is somehow the middle period, which was something so without any material, and this is. And I wanted to ask you, I am told that there is some written material on clay tablets, which are in the museum in Svaneti, Mestia. But they can't say what it is and how it is and can it be read or not. And so I think you don't know about it. Yes, this is.
I can add.
Yes.
On the clay items, I mean stamp seals and thousands of stamp seals we have in all Georgia. In most of cases, there are some letters, and nobody was paid letters. Yes, some signs. Let's say I can tell you some signs.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and
yes.
Now I gave this work to one of the PhD students. She already collected all those, everything was collected, and you can see this is absolutely unparalleled material. There are so many different letters on this, but I hope very much it will be published very soon, and they belong to different periods from the 12th century BC to the 7th century BC.
Yes, this is
all Georgia, including Svanetian materials and etc. So I hope very much we will have additional proof of existence of writing in Georgia in Iron
yeah,
Age.
maybe not non-stop, so non-stop tradition of writing, and this is really very important for us as we are Georgians to know how old and how to say cultural we are. You know, we are. This is great. What you, I can imagine how happy you were when you
When I saw it first time, it was so
Yes.
unexpected, I closed everything. 3 days it was
Yes.
closed, and I was thinking about it. Then after 3 days, I
Yes.
opened it again. Yes,
Yes, yes, sure, sure. You were afraid that it will vanish somewhere. And so it was really very. I think that you said it was very briefly shown, but it was very quite clear and very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
As Professor Gippert, we are listening. It's great pleasure.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much indeed, Vakhtang. And I remember very well when I was visiting the site of Gragiani a few years ago, and this was fantastic to see those, well, whatever it is, inscriptions. My question is as to the fact of Aramaic written in Georgia a bit later, as for example, in the case of the famous Armazi bilingua. So do you see a development towards this type of Aramaic script from what you have found in the excavations of more ancient times? Or is this a different type of script that developed somewhere else?
Unfortunately, I'm no specialist of writing, but I can only follow the graphical analogies, and graphical analogies is different. Armazi is different, for example, what is, and this is something very different. But we have fact of coexistence of both things in Mtsketa itself, in Armazi area, we have both. This typical so-called Armazi Aramaic writing, and this one in different jars, in different cases. In most of cases, this Armazi writing is concentrated to the noblemen, let's say, graves. For example, it always is identical to the aristocratic layer. But this one I am talking about, you can see this everywhere, not only in these noblemen graves. Maybe this is some kind of, it will be some kind of basic for another interpretation, but this is not archaeological work, so I can tell you only based on graphical analysis. You have to open your microphone. Calvadon Nana. Yes.
We Georgians, I think we are very easily, we are very light in some sense. Maybe this is not a good word, but yeah, the fact that we are having, today we are having more than one writing system. Is that so? And sometimes maybe these were the groups of people, or maybe the layers of the society that when that everyone wanted to do, to bring to add something to the cultural life, and maybe they invented, yes, their own scripts, and this is why maybe more than one script are to be found. Yes, I don't know.
As far as I know, this is normal to have different kinds of scripts in small areas. Nothing particular in this case, but I would like to repeat again, maybe this is a result of social stratification.
Yes, social, yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I couldn't find the word. This social stratification is very maybe also the for example when it was a religious text as we have now. Religious texts were something different, and then in a lighter society they have something different.
I was not talking now about another discoveries what I have, but for example, I don't remember if I show it to you, Professor Gippert and Manana, when you were there, this additional one which was discovered not far from the Gragliani hill, another one. Professor Isma Gordoziani, he told when he saw that this is another inscription, but another letters, but I'm not talking about this because I'm not sure of this, but it exists also. Another one from another place, also of the same period of the 10th century BC.
Yes, yes.
No, we didn't
This
see
is
that.
somehow something you can't understand and can't explain. This is the wish of, I don't know. This is interesting.
And I think we didn't see that. What we saw was the smaller fragments that you had found in Gragliani, but nothing from around.
Okay, so I have two pieces of Henrisma Gordesiani told that, yes, of course, this is another inscription, but I can't tell. I am a specialist of writing, so I have not enough graphical analogies for this. It means that some time. I hope very much, and you will be in Georgia again, so we can discuss it in Gragliani.
Yes, yes.
I'll be happy to see you there.
Thank you.
All of you. So thank you very much. It seems that no questions, no more questions, and I can't see Natella Sturua. If you are somewhere, Natella, please show your face.
She hasn't come there.
No. This means that our evening session is over, but I would like to ask all of you to make some kind of conclusion of everything what we did during all this day. And traditionally, I would like, first of all, to ask you to do it to Professor Shengelaia. It's so long time.
Okay, I tell you. I'm not quite good learned in the computer. You heard how I called my daughter to help me with a minor problem. And so I was a bit nervous about the conference and prepared the material, then made it shorter and so on, and I don't know. But this is another thing. The conference was very, very comfortable, so to say, very quiet, very friendly, which is not always so. Very friendly, full of interest, and freedom. This I have felt, freedom of talking and telling what you think. And I think that, this is an exceptional thing. So this is really, and we have to I express my gratitude for the pleasure of working with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
For you, yes, with you. And you were quite full of patience, I must say. And this was really, the papers were very, very interesting. All papers were interesting. And we had discussions very friendly and very open. It was quite what it always should be.
Okay, thank you. Just I have to apologize, but I can see some under the name of Grigol Peradze. Is coming, joining us. Sorry, so I have to apologize again.
Yes. No, I said what I wanted.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me, but this
it's
is
okay.
so happy minute for us. Thank you. Excuse me again, please.
It was very good. Thank you, Vakhtang.
It's my pleasure.
Vakhtang in Badon David, of course.
Adon David, of course. Yes, of course.
Yes. We shall see what he does, what we will do tomorrow. Something is very it makes no difference.
That's all right. Თქვენ მიყავდა თელი დღევანდელი დღე.
რაღაცა ისე გამიმას დავიღალე რაღაცა საამოს.
მოგებული დღე იყო ძალიან საინტერესო, მაგრამ
კარგი იყო ძალიან. ხო, ძალიან. და აი მე მართლა გუწველად ვამბობ, რომ ისეთი კარგი განწყობა იყო, ისეთი მოთმინება ჩვენი თავმჯდომარის მხრიდან, ისეთი ყურადღება ერთმანეთს, დათმობა, სიხარული, ნუ რა ვიცი, ძალიან კაი იყო, ძალიან.
ბატონო ვახტანგ, გილოცავთ, ბატონო ვახტანგ, შესანიშნავია.
დიდი მადლობა, მოსალოცი არის მე მგონი ის რომ აი ახლა ნათელა შემოგვიერთდება.
ალბათონი ნათელა შემოგვიერთდება.
ალბათონი ნათელა რომელიც
მოგესალმებით.
გვესალმება.
ნათელა როგორ ახარ?
კარგი, კიდევ კარგი დამენახეთ.
გამიხარდა ძალიან.
უბრალოდ იცით რა, ლინკი არ მიმიღია ამ წუთამდე და
ნათელა ხმა დაიკარგა.
მიქელაძე ის.
დაიკარგა? აგერ არის? გესმით?
ოკეი.
არა, იცით რა მოხდა? მე ლინკი არ მიმიღია ამ წუთამდე და მე
ყველა ლაპარაკობდი.
YouTube-ით ვიყურებდი. ძალიან საინტერესო იყო. გათავდა უკვე?
არა, ბაი, ბოლო მოხსენება თქვენია ხალბატონო ნათელა და გელოდებით. So,
კი ბატონო.
You have to show the last point, the excellent presentation of your interest. Let's say. So, subject of presentation is overview of the Basque Asian hypothesis. Final speech for this excellent conference. You are very welcome, please.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, you know, my presentation is all old school. I do not have these beautiful pictures as you had. It was very interesting. And I do not use this OneDrive because it messes up with my files, and that's why I'll just read my presentation. In the first place, I want to tell how greatly moved I was by yesterday's remembrance and honoring of the Saint Grigol Peradze. Today, before starting my presentation, I would like to remember and honor Professor Jan Braun, dedicated scholar, mentor, colleague, and friend. I'm happy to be participating in the conference dedicated to his memory and the memory of the prominent Georgian scholar Akaki Shanidze. Unfortunately, not in person, but virtually due to COVID restrictions and travel difficulties. Since there is a 9-hour time difference between San Francisco, where I am now, and Warsaw, where it is the end of the very long day and you are already wrapping up today's session, my morning is still starting, but I'll be brief. My teacher, academician Arnold Chikobaba, a distinguished Georgian linguist, he used to say that the presenter's biggest grace to the listeners is to be brief. So I'll follow his advice. You can read the full text of the paper in the published volume of Caucasica Antiquae Christiana. And if you need some more detailed discussion of the issues, you can find them in the reference literature. So I will further start my presentation and present a general overview of the Basque Caucasian hypothesis. There are several layers to the Basque Caucasian hypothesis. The first stage goes back to antiquity, and it is based on the coincidence of the names of two Iberias. I'll pronounce it as Iberia. The English pronunciation is Iberia, but it messes up. So This idea of relationship of the two Iberias, Occidental, that is the territory of the Iberian Peninsula inhabited by the ancient Iberians, after which the peninsula was named, and Oriental, that is the kingdom of Georgia in the Caucasus, was first advanced and discussed already in ancient Greek and Roman sources. And it was based, as I said, on the coincidence of the names of those two Iberias. The name Iberia is a designation of the Kingdom of Georgia, more precisely of the Kingdom of Eastern Georgia, occurs for the first time in Strabo's geography. It was a term used in ancient Greek and Roman documents, while the Georgian self-designation of the indicated kingdom was Kartli, after the name of its basic population, the Karts. From the end of the Middle Ages, and especially in modern period, the name Iberia or Iberia began to be used in Georgian written documents as well, and it denoted the United Kingdom of Georgia, the two Georgian kingdoms, Eastern and Western, united in the 10th century. The self-designation of this kingdom, as I said, was Kartli, Sakartvelo, whereas the name Iberia, Iberia, was predominantly used in written documents. We should note that the old Georgian authors took up the idea of the relationship of the two Iberias, and in their translations of classical Greek and Roman texts, the terms Occidental Iberia and the Iberians were rendered in Georgian as Occidental Georgia and Occidental Georgians. In the 10th and 11th century, the abbots of the Georgian monastery of the Holy Mountain of Athos, in their translations, mentioned the Occidental South Georgians, meaning South Iberians, and their neighbors Aquitanians. It's also known that in the 10th century, Ivane the Athonite, superior of the Holy Mountain of Athos, decided to go to Hispania because, as he had heard, numerous relatives of the Georgians lived there. A French traveler of the 17th century, Jean Chardin, also attested that Georgian kings considered themselves to be related to the kings of Spain. During his visit to Georgia, he learned from the Capuchin monks that the Pope Clement VIII, in his personal letters to the Georgian king Teimuraz, called him akin to the king of Spain, Philip II, and the Georgians and Spaniards, brothers. Since then, Teimuraz and later his successors claimed this relationship. Ancient authors not only noted the coincidence of the names of the two Iberias, but also tried to explain the fact by positing the historical common origin of the respective peoples. They advanced the hypothesis according to which some of the ancestors of the Iberians were forced by a catastrophe to leave their native land and emigrate to the opposite extreme of the world. This hypothesis concerning a forced migration was shared by all the ancient authors, but opinions concerning the native land of the Iberians differed. For example, Megasthenes, Eusebius, Xanthopoulos suggested the migration from the west to the east, that's from the Pyrenees to the Caucasus, while Varro, Pliny the Elder, and among the Georgian authors, Georgi the Hagiorite, were adherents of the migration from the Caucasus to the Pyrenees. This now brings us to the question of relationship between the Iberian and Basque languages. That's the Paleo-Hispanic or pre-Roman languages of the Iberian Peninsula. The idea of Basque-Iberian relationship also dates to antiquity, and it was expressed by Strabo as early as in the 1st century BC. In modern period, the hypothesis of Basque-Iberian kinship was advanced by the famous German scholar Wilhelm von Humboldt, and due to his great scholarly authority was shared by most students of the culture and history of the Iberian Peninsula. However, after the decipherment of a group of ancient Iberian inscriptions in 1921 by Manuel Gomez Moreno, Humboldt's postulation of Basque-Iberian kinship could not be substantiated. Later, in 1946, another group of Iberian inscriptions, differing from the former group, was deciphered by Antonio Tovar, The later inscriptions proved to be in Celtiberian, which is an Indo-European language, and the inscriptions in question did not show genetic relationship with Basque, which is not an Indo-European language, as we know. As the first group of inscriptions, that is those made in the Iberian language proper, which, as established, is not an Indo-European language, they manifest some similarities with Basque material, but not of the kind allowing one to assume an original relationship, but rather convergence of neighboring languages through immediate contacts. Another stage, there are layers in this Basque-Caucasian hypothesis. Another stage in the history of the Basque-Caucasian hypothesis originated at the turn of the 20th century, when the culture and languages of the primordial autochthonous populations of the Pyrenees and the Caucasus were subjected to study by specialists of different branches. The findings of non-linguistic typological comparisons point to many similar features of these two populations by which they differ from other peoples, let's put it that way. It is interesting to cite some facts in this connection. Observations of the famous biologist Nikolai Vavilov are noteworthy. Vavilov advanced a fundamental theory concerning the world centers of the origin of cultured plants and geographic zones of their diffusion. The theory was based on his personal observations and study of the material obtained during his numerous botanical agronomic expeditions to 60 countries of 5 continents between the years 1920 and 1940. In his expedition to the Basque Country, northern Spain, Vavilov discovered a most ancient endemic species of wheat, which he later found in Georgia. The way of harvesting by means of wooden sticks, shnagli in Georgian, was also peculiar, and he witnessed it only in the Basque Country and Georgia. Vavilov, who is considered one of the greatest authorities in this field, stated that both the species of wheat and the agrotechnics means of harvesting are so specific, so unique, that they cannot be explained by mere coincidence. Thereby, he pointed to the existence of very ancient contacts between the Basque Country and Georgia. From the viewpoint of anthropological peculiarities, the indigenous populations of the Pyrenees and the Caucasus, namely the Basques and the Georgians, are characterized by similar features. According to the analysis of the data of archaeological excavations, both races are evidenced in their respective territories from the Paleolithic period. The anthropologic type can generally be characterized as meso or brachycephalic, which with a well-marked profile, a pronounced nose, and of fair pigmentation. Hemotypological similarities also manifested, namely a high ratio of the zero group and the negative rhesus factor of blood is typical of both populations. The latter feature would seem to indicate that both populations constitute the most ancient indigenous inhabitants of the European continent, for according to specialists in serology, the population with rhesus positive blood appeared in Europe with the first migration from Asia, that's with the appearance of the ancestors of modern Indo-Europeans. Although the above facts evoke considerable interest, they do not provide evidence for asserting a common origin of the two peoples or their languages. Regarding the relationship of languages, the final judgment must rest on the findings of language comparison. In the last few years, paleogenetics has achieved extraordinary advances in the technology of sequencing ancient DNA and accumulated solid data, allowing to learn about genetic ancestry, human migration patterns, including several waves of migration to Europe. However, from the linguistic point of view, we cannot simply translate these data into language affinities. Linguistics studies languages, and we can only make conclusions regarding origin and relationship of languages based on the data of living languages or written text in case of extinct and dead languages. Conclusions
made in one branch of science, no matter how convincing and reliable, do not have to be valid in another discipline. Now this brings us to linguistics proper. From the point of view of comparative historical linguistics, the Basque language stands isolated in the genealogical classification of languages. It does not belong to any known language family, for no kindred language has been shown to exist. Linguists have tried to find traces of the relationship of Basque with different languages, namely with Hamitic, Uralo-Altaic, the ancient languages of the Mediterranean region, Ibero-Caucasian, the term Ibero here denoting Kartvelian group of languages. But I should say that adherents of the Basque-Caucasian relationship seem to be more numerous. Various linguistic problems concerning the Basque-Caucasian genetic relationship were posed and upheld in works of Father Fidel Fita, who was the first to attempt to make comparison between Basque and Georgian. Alfredo Trombetti, who advanced Basque-Caucasian comparisons with his theory of the monogenesis of the world's languages. Hugo Schuchart, who defended the thesis of the relationship of Iberian and Basque, considering them to belong to the Hamito-Semitic family, he also assumed the existence of Basque-Caucasian links. And especially Karl Uhlenbeck, Georges Dumézil, Karl Bouda, René Lafon, Nikolai Marr, Vladimir Shishmaryov, and our Professor Jan Braun. Lafon introduced the term Euscaro-Caucasian, Euscaro means Basque, to denote the family of kindred languages whose relationship he considered demonstrable. He attempted to establish some phonetic correspondences, namely the correspondences between the Caucasian glottalized affricates, ts, and the Basque apical affricate and fricative, ts, and between the Caucasian non-glottalized voiced and voiceless affricates, ts, and the Basque simple non-apical voiceless affricate and spirant, ts. Braun qualified the above formula of reconstructions as Lafon's law, and in his turn proposed more phonetic correspondences between the Kartvelian languages and Basque, for he believed that Basque manifests its particular closeness to the Kartvelian group. Opponents of the genetic relationship of the Basque and Caucasian languages, Teters, Fox, Michelena, etc., are equally authoritative. Difficulties in applying the comparative historical method to the languages involved were noted not only by the above-mentioned linguists, but also by other scholars. For example, Arnold Chikobava. It was noted that of the languages under comparison, only Georgian has a literary tradition going back to the 5th century, and the Basque written texts date only from the 16th century. There is no unanimity concerning the relationship of the Southern Kartvelian and Northern Caucasian groups of languages. Friedrich Müller was the first to group together all these languages, the Southern group and the Northern groups, on the basis of their common typological features rather than phonetic correspondences. Founders of Georgian linguistics, Javakhishvili, Chikobava, Lomtatidze, Rogava, and others, while defending the idea of a genetic relationship of the Ibero-Caucasian languages, at the same time noted the difficulties in establishing regular phonetic correspondences between them. Due to such difficulties, Nikolai Trubetskoy expressed doubts as to the existence of a genetic relationship between the Kartvelian and Northern Caucasian groups of languages. It's worth mentioning that Fogg, an opponent of the hypothesis of Basque-Caucasian genetic relationship, was of the opinion that the idea itself is attractive, for it permits us to unite the two isolated groups of languages existing at the two extreme points of Europe, the Pyrenees and the Caucasus, into a large family covering the territory at present occupied by Indo-Europeans and their languages. The idea is quite fascinating,
And it seems probable that relics of ancient civilizations spread in the remote past over the whole European territory, and they could have been preserved in the Pyrenees and Caucasus, since both represented natural refuges. The peoples that created this unitary civilization might not be linguistically homogeneous, that they may not have spoken related languages. To cite Michelena, although language is the most important cultural element, it has no more than extrinsic relationship with other cultural traits. It's obvious that the idea of the supposed ancient unitary civilization needs multidisciplinary support that can trace a unitary line of diffusion of the cultural foci of the indicated civilization. And that's where the advances in the ancient genomics and corroborating archaeological evidence become most relevant. There is yet another trend in Basque Caucasian studies which identifies not a common language family but a linguistic type. Friedrich Müller, in his fundamental work on linguistics and world languages, grouped Basque together with the Northern and Southern Caucasian languages into a Mediterranean group based on typology. Niels Holmer, in 1947, was the first to introduce the term Ibero-Caucasian linguistic type. Ibero here implied Basque, describing this type as more archaic than Semitic Indo-European languages and linking Basque, the indigenous language of the Pyrenees, with the autochthonous languages of the Caucasus, as well as with the dead Sumerian language and possibly several extinct languages of the Near East, Asia Minor, and Southern Europe. Holmer was the first to characterize the indicated languages as an established typological unity. In terms of modern linguistics, the indicated unity is determined by the ergative system inherent in the languages under discussion. From this point of view, Basque Caucasian typological studies are most promising. Consideration of Ibero-Caucasian language data facilitates the study of the Basque language. The Ibero-Caucasian languages, Kartvelian, Abkhaz-Adyghe, Dagestanian, and Nakh, constitute a typological unity, and their mutually complementary characteristics provide hints for the solution of many problems of the isolated Basque language. Thus, in Basque synthetic conjugation, the Basque synthetic conjugation is of the Abkhaz-Adyghe type. By its complexity and variety of postpositional forms, the Basque declension system resembles its Dagestanian counterpart. The peculiarities of verbal derivation and of the formation of reflexive constructions in Basque are similar to Georgian. Most peculiarities observable in the languages under discussion can generally be explained in terms of ergative typology. From this point of view, Basque Caucasian typological studies provide linguistics with valuable material. I think I should stop here and spare you from the details. In conclusion, I want to say that the advances in paleogenetics will shed light on the theories about origin, spread, and migration of the ancient populations of the Pyrenees and the Caucasus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting one. So, questions, please. Traditionally, I also asked to do it to Professor Shengelaia.
No.
No, I would like to ask because this is a really great support for this meeting. To have such a great specialist in person as Nana Shengelaia is. Open, please, your microphone. Your microphone is closed again.
Yes.
Now it's okay.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, I have already told you all that I was very happy to be here and taking part in this very good very good and super conference. That was very good, pleasant, interesting. And now this is even more pleasant for me because I meet here my friend who is many years younger than me, of course, but we were friendly, and I did not expect her to come, and so I'm very happy to see Natalia, to listen what she told us, and this is the very good final touch for me.
Yes, exactly.
I'm happy to see you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And another comments or questions, please? Paprocki.
I think
Yes, please.
This was a very complicated issue from the point of view of much work that was done, very good analysis of everything, and so simply presented everything to us as if well, but in fact this behind that, all that is big work, very interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a kind of work you have to have always with you.
Yes.
As I understood correctly, I'm not specialist of this, but this is my feeling. So this is really pro for me and for all specialists or archaeologists to this subject you are discussing it now.
Yes.
So,
if I'm not mistaken, this is for the first time that these questions of contexts of the history of Sakartvelo and so on, so openly discussed here, which we somehow were reserved, I think. And now it was everything very open and pleasant.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, again, thank you very much for joining us so early morning. And it was really happy minute we saw you.
It was a pleasure. I would not have missed it. I wanted to meet you all, and that conference was very interesting, really, and the issues were very important, I would say. And then things are changing really with this paleogenetics. You can.
Yes, this is very interesting. Yeah.
Very interesting. I don't know where it brings us because as I in the past we thought that when this DNA will be deciphered, all the ailments and all the illnesses will be cured, but it did not happen. So with the paleogenetics, probably the same thing will happen. We'll find stuff, but still, the truth will be somewhere deeper.
Yes.
And so we'll have some things to still investigate it and play with. Let's put
yes, and you are never tired, of this work. So it is a lot of work, but you are enjoying it very much.
Yeah.
Yes, the deeper you go, the more enjoyable it is. I was just fascinated with the findings of this. Minoan scripts because I'll tell you on the emotional level, when I was in Crete, I felt like I was at home because they are our relatives. Knossos Palace is something that never leaves you. You live with that. Yeah. And so I was happy that you found Professor Kwashilava and you found this, explained to us how it works.
Yes, yes.
It was fascinating.
You are dear.
Yes, and I followed you via YouTube because I received this link only now, just on this very moment, because before joining you. And so, all this Gragliani inscriptions, all this stuff, it's just fascinating.
Thank you very much.
And Sumerian, So I don't know. I'm very happy to have joined you, and it was just very pleasant, among other things. Very important and very pleasant. And thank you to David Holmeyer who organized everything so nice.
Yes. We are very
Turned out
grateful.
so good looking besides interesting. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nino or Gia, maybe you want to somehow we have to summarize this day. The first half of the day was more or less clear because we are concentrated to Basque Caucasian interrelations. And final point was now this last speech, and it was somehow symbolic to summarize this successful day today. Again, but I would like to ask you.
Wow.
Okay. So, please. First of all, I would like to again. We already mentioned it, but I would like to repeat again that many thanks to Professor Dato Holbaya because this was his decision to find, let's say, to make choice and how to do it to manage our meeting. So again, I would like to take this opportunity and to express my great thanks to you. Dato. So many thanks to you for this organizing and publishing all those things, and you made absolutely correct choice of subject, and the dedication is absolutely correct. So many thanks to you again. You have to switch on your microphone. Kalbadonan again. Started. Microphone.
ბატონო ქალბატონ ნათელას ქართულად ვეტყოდი. ძალიან კარგი ნაშრომი გქონდა, მას გამოცემული 91 წელს. ეს ნაშრომი მე მაშინ სკოლის 91-ში სტუდია ლინგვისტიკაში, ხო? ლინგვისტიკა სტუდია, ხო? მე სტუდენტი ვიყავი უფროსწოლებად პირველ კურსის და ძალიან დიდი ემოციით წავიკითხე და მადლობა ამისთვის. ძალიან იმოქმედა თქვენმა სტატიამ. დიდი მადლობა.
შესანიშნავია. ძალიან კარგი, დიდი მადლობა. Thank you very much. Giuli, you'd like to tell something to summarize somehow our speeches today?
Thank you very much. It was our pleasure to take part in this very interesting conference, to listen all the speeches, and I think this conference is somehow a contribution to development the field and to raise and poses the further pressures for further researches. So thank you all the participants for this interesting and outstanding presentations.
Yes, totally agree, because this was another step forward for us for our investigation.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. As Attila taught the Sumerian, can you tell something?
I'm happy that our field is still alive in Georgian, with support and cooperating with European universities and scholars, and I hope it will be continuing in future. Natela ძალიან გამიხარდათ განახლათაც ვეთქვი და არა მოხიბლული ვარ თქვენი მოხსენებით. ისედაც ახლა ვიცოდი თქვენი სამეცნიერო მოღვაწეობა. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
და დათოსთან, დათოსაც ქართულად ვეთყვი, ნება მომეცით, რომ დათოს მხარდაჭერით, არ ვიცი, უღრმესი მადლობა დათოს პოლბაიას.
ძალიან კარგი იყო ყველაფერი, რაღაცა
მომავალშიც ვითანამშრომლებთ.
It was very well organized, very friendly, very interesting. For me,
Yes.
it was. Thank you, pardon, David.
დიდი მადლობა.
რაღაც არ გვინდა არავის წასვლა.
დასვლა არ გვინდა რა ისევა.
დასანანი არო იქ ადგილზე არა ვართ, მაშინ არ
ისე გუგინწყდება, ძალიან მინდოდა. ბოლო წუთამდე ვაპირებდით, მაგრამ ნუ მოგზაურობა და ეხა ხო ნახეთ რა მოხდა. ამას კი წინასწარ მეტყველებდნენ, რომ ზამთარში გაუარესდება მდგომარეობაო და ნუ ისეთი ძნელი იყო, ჩვენ ცოტა ხნის წინ მოგზაურეთ, რამდენიმე თვის წინ და ნუ რაღაცა გერმანია ჩაიკეტა და ნუ რაღაცა ძილს წავედით. მაგრამ ეხა არ გავაცდინოთ ოპერაციის.
Okay, we are listening.
Tak,
Your microphone is off.
Yes.
Gesmet ჩემი?
Yeah.
აი მინდა რომ გითხრათ რომ აი ამ იმაში ამ ცელ დარბაზში მარტოვსი ვართ მე და კიდევ ჩემ გარდა ორი ტექნიკური მომსახურეები და ძალიან აღთვალანებული ვარ და ნასიამოვნები იმ შესანიშნავი გამოსვლებით და მოხსენებებით რომელიც დღეს აქ წარმოადგენთ მინდა ასევე სპეციალური მადლობას გადაუხადო ხალბატონ ნათელას, რადგან ძალიან ბევრი დამეხმარა, როდესაც ის კავკასიკა ქრისტიანა კიდევ ერთხელ გაჩვენებდა თქვენი წიგნია, იქ სადაც შევიდა თქვენი შესანიშნავი ნაშრომები, ეს დაიბეჭდა მთლიანად როგორც ფერადი, ანუ ყველაფერი ის რაც უნდა ყოფილიყო წიგნში. არის აი PDF ვერსიები რაც გამომიგზავნა და იგივე არ ვიცი თუ ჩანს აქედან ძალიან ლამაზი გამოცემა გამოვიდა
ლამაზი წიგნია
ძალიან კარგია შეგნით კიდე შინაარსით აქ კიდე კარგი შეფასებები მისცეს ასე რომ ჩვენ ისევ შევხვდებით ხვალ დილის 9 საათზე ვარშავის დროით თბილისის დროით ალბათ 12 საათია 3 საათი განსხვავება არის და მინდა კიდევ ერთხელ მადლობა მოგიხადოთ. სამწუხაროა რომ ვერ შევძელით თქვენი ჩამოსვლა, ვერ შევძელით, რადგან ვიცით რა სიტუაცია არის, მაგრამ იმედია რომ კარგ რაღაცას ჩაეყარა საფუძველი. ეს კონფერენცია ტარდება თითქმის 20 წელია, ანუ წელს გადის 19 წელი. მომავალი წელი იქნება 20 წელი, რაც ყოველ წელიწადს გადიოდა და ეს არის პირველი შემთხვევა, როცა ესე ჩატარდა ეს კონფერენცია და მე კიდევ წინააღმდეგი ვიყავი YouTube-ზე ან კიდე Zoom-ის საშუალებით, მაგრამ რაღაცნაირად მოხერხდა ის პირველი დღე, გუშინდელი დღის ჩატარება და აი ახლა გვიწევს ასეთი ფორმით თქვენთან ის ურთიერთობა, მაგრამ არა უშავს, კიდე შეიცვლება ყველაფერი საკეთილდღეოდ, თავარია ვიყოთ ჯანმრთელად და ხვალ კიდევ გვაქვს ბოლო მეოთხე და მეხუთე სესია და შემდეგ უკვე თქვენს კუთვნილ ეგზემპლარებს გამოვაგზავნი უნივერსიტეტიდან იმ მისამართზე, რომელ მისამართზეც მომწერთ, მაგრამ არის ესეთი რაღაცა ძალიან უცნაური შემთხვევა თბილისის პოსტასთან. რადგან აქ მოგეხსენებათ, რომ თუ უნივერსიტეტი იხსნის, თუ პირადად მე მნიშვნელობა არ აქვს, ძალიან დიდი ფული ჯდება პოსტით წერილების გაგზავნა, მით უმეტეს ამანათების და საქართველოს პოსტას ეზარება თქვენთან წიგნების მიტანა და უკან მიგზავნის ჩემ მიერ გაგზავნილ წიგნებს ჩემი ხარჯით ისევ. ანუ ფულს აქეთ გვახტევინებენ კიდევ. და უკვე რამდენჯერმე მითხრეს, რომ ჯერ გაარკვიო სწორი მისამართები და მე გააგზავნიო, იმიტომ რომ არ შეიძლება რომ რამდენჯერმე ადამიანი აგზავნის, თქვათ, იგივე პროგეორგია ჟურნალი, იგივე მინდა თქვენთან რაღაც წიგნების გაგზავნა, რომელიც აქ გამოიცა, მაგრამ აი ესეთი ის არის და შიშის გზნობა მეუფლება, რადგან მე ეს წიგნები მოდის ძალიან 3 თვე იქით, აქით და რაღაც საშინელ მდგომარეობაში მიბრუნდება წიგნები კიდე, მაგრამ არა უშავს, რაღაცნაირად შევძლებთ ამ წიგნების თქვენთან გაგზავნას.
ჩამოდით ბატონო, ჩამოდით თქვენ
საქართველოს პოსტის ის არის უფრო ვიდრე თქვათ ევროპისან, ამერიკაში იმედია ჩავა იქაც, შორი გზა არის, მაგრამ მიუვა ადრესაც. მაგრამ აქაც არის, რომ ვინც არ უნდა იყოს, 9-ჯერ უნდა რეკოს თურმე ადამიანმა, ან პოსტას არ მიაქვს, იმიტომ რომ მე ყველა უმრავლესობა გამომიბრუნდა უკან. ეგ შეეხება გრიგოლ ფერაძის წიგნს, რომელსაც პოსტის ვაგზავნილი, ვინც მთხოვდა და მეც მინდოდა რომ ბიბლიოთეკებში რომ გავიყო, აბსოლუტურად ყველა უკან დამიბრუნდა და თან აქიც დაგვადეს ისა, თანხის გადახდა. იგივე მახსოვს ბატონი გია სამჯერ მივიდა უნივერსიტეტში, ეძებდა ჩემ მიერ გაგზავნილ ჟურნალს და ბოლოს რაღაც მე რამდენჯერმე გაგზავნის შემდეგ და დიდი ამბავის შემდეგ მისცეს ეგ ნომერი თუ არ ვცდები, მიუვიდა, მაგრამ ესეთი პრობლემები არის პოსტით. კარგით, მე არ შეგატყეთ, მე მინდა ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მოუხადო ბატონ ვახტანგს, რადგან მან დილიდან თითქმის მთელი დღე იყო ჩერი და ძალიან კარგად გაართვა თავი, დიდი გამოცდილი პროფესორიც არის, როგორც კი თქვენ და მისი არქეოლოგიური მოღვაწეობა სამუდამოდ დარჩება არა მარტო საქართველოში, არამედ კავკასიაში და მის ფარგლებს გარეთ. და ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ბატონო ვახტანგ, ხვალ გელოდებით, რომ არ შეგავწყინოთ აქაც ეს ტექნიკური მომსახურებების ხალხის დილიდან აქ არიან. ასე რომ ამით ალბათ ბატონი ვახტანგი დაამთავრებს ამ სესიას და ხვალ შევხვდებით უკვე 12 საათზე თბილისის დროით და ვარშავის დროით დილის 9 საათზე.
დიდი მადლობა დავით, ორმეცი მადლობა. ყველას ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. მართლა ძალიან სასიამოვნო იყო და არცერთ არ გვემეტება ერთმანეთი ახლა მიზანია. უღრმესი მადლობა ყველა თქვენთაგანს არაჩვეულებრივი განწყობისათვის და არაჩვეულებრივი მონაწილეობისათვის. ესეთი მართლა როგორც ქალბატონმა ნანა ბიძანა, ესეთი არაჩვეულებრივი კეთილი განწყობა სწუფებდა თქვენი წყალობი და განსაკუთრებული მადლობა ქალბატონ ნანას, რომელმაც თაგვილამალა ეს ყველაფერი და ყველა მოხდებას მისცა თავისი სათანადო ხარისხი და დონე. ყველას ძალიან დიდი მადლობა.
დიდი მადლობა ყველას. ბატონ დავით
დიდი მადლობა. See you later.
აბა მიგათიშა საინტერესოა პირველი.